Chapter 21:16. 20 years was enough time to forget many things, but no one could forget Lu Yin, especially those who had experienced Lu Yin's glory days. When he had heard that Lu Yin had died, he had heaved a sigh of relief. No one would feel comfortable being suppressed by someone of the same age. He had never expected that Lu Yin would appear again and take control of the entire human domain. Against such a person there was no point in resisting, so they could only submit. Fortunately, he was not Lu Yin's enemy. Even Ni Huang Xiaji and the other half-ancestors had been captured, and no one dared to make a sound. The three ultimates Heaven's Gate did not refuse to hand them over to Lu Yin, and everyone was suppressed by Lu Yin. Another month later, the human domain's resources were gathered in the Outerverse solar system. In name it was to rebuild the sect above the heavens and consolidate the resources, but in reality, everyone knew that everything was being handed over to Lu Yin. Many things about Lu Yin's past were spread once again, such as his greed for money. Countless people prepared various congratulatory gifts to congratulate Lu Yin for becoming a Dao disciple and walking on behalf of the heavens. The sect above the heavens was in full swing, and it gathered the fifth mainland's human domain's resources. The moment the sect above the heavens was completed, it would become the fifth mainland's greatest power in recent times. The torrent of history converged in one place, and a new sect above the heavens was about to appear. At this juncture, Chu Yuan suddenly mentioned visualizing the ancient golden characters, and it was like a sudden clap of thunder in the human domain. In the solar system, within the sect above the heavens that was under construction, ancient golden characters spiraled and illuminated a region. Lu Bujing stood nearby, and beside him were Lu Huang, Lu Yefei and the other envoys. There were many cultivators further away, and they all stared at the man at the center of the ancient golden characters. That person was Wei Yin, a genius from the sect above the heavens. He claimed to be Leng Qing's disciple, and he had defeated Lu Tianmu and Lu Xiaoqiu in the battle for Dao disciple status with a single blade. Unfortunately, this person was a wandering cultivator and did not have many resources. Otherwise, he would be even stronger. When Chu Yuan mentioned visualizing the ancient golden characters, he was the first person to try it. Visualization was not unique to the Lu family. During the sect above the heavens, all the families that controlled the continent had the power to visualize. Chu Yuan had not done so in the beginning, and his visualization had come after he had been received by the progenitor. During the sect above the heavens, many people knew that visualization could increase one's power, but very few people who could do so. Even though Wei Yin was a prodigy, he too did not know how to visualize. He had yearned for this power for a very long time. Looking at the entrenched golden ancient characters, Wei Yin found a character and began to visualize it. The power obtained after visualization has nothing to do with the words. Every word here comes from the primogenitor. Visualization is the will created by the primogenitor, Chu Yuan said slowly. 3 days had passed and Wei Yin was still visualizing. 10 days passed and a faint golden light appeared behind Wei Yin. It was very blurry, but if one looked closely, they would discover that it was the ancient golden text that he had visualized. At the same time, Tai Yishan was excited. His rune lines have increased. A month later, ancient golden characters appeared behind Wei Yin. After fighting with Lu Lai, her strength was indeed much stronger than before. Lu Bujing looked at Chu Yuan in amazement. Chu Yuan had made a great contribution to humanity. As the news of the golden ancient characters being able to be visualized spread, the above heaven sect began to collect all the golden ancient characters. When the ruins of the fifth mainland's Daoist sect had collapsed, the ancient golden characters, the 4 cauldrons and the mountain and sea inheritance had all been scattered. The 4 cauldrons had been found and the mountain and sea inheritance had been confirmed. Only the ancient golden characters had not attracted much attention, as there was only one character. Home is searching. Now, the entire human domain was searching for the ancient golden characters. In the Neoverse, Xianxia's expression turned ugly. Chu Yuan had not told him about this. If he had, Xian could have used this matter to force Team E to teach others battle force. There would not have been a 10-person bet and Xianxia's name would have been recorded in human history. These youths were all hiding deeper than the last. 2 months later, the above heaven sect was still being established, and the entire human domain was still searching for the ancient golden characters. There was nothing else to do, and with Lu Yin's progenitor strength, no one dared to try anything funny. On this day, an ancient, cryptic aura spread out and instantly disappeared. Although it had only lasted for an instant, Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo were horrified when they sensed it. They both appeared in Lu Yin's seclusion area and looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. "What kind of aura is that?" Kuei Luo asked. Lu Bujing's eyelids twitched. "I don't know. It's very ancient, very ancient." "Is it as ancient as you?" Kuei Luo did not understand. Lu Bujing retracted his gaze. He did not know why that aura had frightened him. It was like a normal person facing the collapse of the universe, but it was also like seeing a giant. It was hard to describe, but there was one thing that he was certain of. That aura had given him even more pressure than a progenitor's. It had nothing to do with power, only the aura. Within his seclusion area, Lu Yin looked at the cauldron fragments not too far away. He had finally mastered the 9-yang cauldron transformation. He looked outside and saw Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo. Was it because of the 9-yang cauldron transformation? He had not expected the 9-yang cauldron transformation to undergo such a transformation, but the name made sense. Lu Yin himself was shocked, as this battle technique did not seem to be as simple as it seemed. He did not know who would be able to use it on him, as no one in the same generation could do it. In half a year he had absorbed cauldron qi and mastered the 9-yang cauldron transformation. On the other side, the sapling seemed to have absorbed quite a few astral sources as well. When it saw Lu Yin, the sapling skipped out of the astral source universe. Lu Yin touched the tree branch, wondering where the astral source that this fellow had stolen had gone. They should be in the trunk, as the mother tree was like that. The 4-way scales had also obtained the astral source liquid from the trunk. Just as he was thinking about this, the sapling shook its branches and leaves, and a drop of liquid slowly appeared on the leaf. Lu Yin's expression changed and he became ecstatic. "Was this astral source liquid? You condensed astral source liquid?" Lu Yin was delighted. The sapling was pleased with itself and raised its branches, almost dropping the drop of astral source liquid from the leaf. Lu Yin hurriedly put it away and looked at the sapling expectantly. The sapling condensed another drop and Lu Yin put it away again. In this manner the sapling continued to condense astral source liquid, and Lu Yin kept putting it away. After a while he actually obtained a bottle of astral source liquid. Given the sapling's ability to absorb the mother tree's matter from the Leaf King's body, the amount of astral source it had absorbed in half a year should be about the same as the amount of astral source in the second Night King's body. This bottle of astral source liquid was close to the peak of the emissary realm. "That's it?" Lu Yin asked. The sapling's leaves shook, and it jumped into the astral source universe to snatch more astral source. Lu Yin was speechless and he pulled it out. "If it's gone, it's gone. It's enough." The sapling was delighted. He looked at the astral source liquid in his hand. This bottle had been obtained from the frigid Immortal sect's ruins. The 3 bottles contained about the same amount of astral source. He had never used astral source liquid before, so he did not know how much astral source this bottle contained. He had guessed a lot back then because senior brother Qingping had asked for 2 bottles. If the amount was too little, senior brother Qingping would not have asked for it. Now he knew that a bottle of astral source liquid was close to the total amount of astral source a peak emissary had. It was no wonder why senior brother Qingping had only asked for 2 bottles. He already had 1 bottle of astral source liquid, and with this one he now had 2 bottles. It was definitely enough for others, even elementary nascent soul, to break through a few times. However, it was still not enough for him. Lu Yin brought the sapling out of seclusion. The sapling had made a contribution and Lu Yin wanted to bring it out to play. Outside, Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo were both present. They had come because of that aura. "Kid, you finally went into normal seclusion, even if it was only for a short time." This was the first thing Kuei Luo said when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin pursed his lips. "Are you going to keep an eye on me?" "Of course not, I'm not that free." Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Lu Bujing anxiously asked, "Little Seven, what was that aura?" The sapling hid behind Lu Yin, its leaves blinking like eyes. It was very cute. Lu Yin thought for a moment. "A battle technique. 9 Suns Cauldron Transformation." Lu Bujing blurted out. Lu Yin grinned and nodded. Lu Bujing was shocked. Before Lu Yin had gone into seclusion, he had mentioned that they were all curious about the 9 Suns Cauldron transformation and wanted Lu Yin to show it to him after he had mastered it. Although he had not seen it yet, the aura was enough to shock him. 9 cauldrons combined can make one invincible. It seems like it's true. This aura alone is enough to shock anyone, Lu Bujing muttered to himself, looking at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. There should not be any geniuses in this era who could surpass their generation, but Lu Yin had done it. He had only thought that Lu Yin was a talent from the Lu family, but after Lu Yin had revealed his progenitor strength, used the sapling to steal astral sources, and now cultivated the 9 suns cauldron transformation, he could no longer be described as a talent. He was simply a monster. Even someone like him who had come from the Lu family and had become the leader of one of the 12 Elysium gates, felt that Lu Yin was too abnormal. Kuei Luo bared his teeth. Kid, tell me the truth. How powerful are you now? Lu Yin blinked. Senior, don't you already know? The two looked at him. Lu Yin smiled. Progenitor. The two were speechless. Borrowing the power of a progenitor isn't the same as being a progenitor. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. Lu Yin shrugged and did not say anything. How's the above heaven sect? Although half a year was a short time with a cultivator's ability, it was still very easy for them to accomplish some things. Kuei Luo lost interest at the mention of this, and he glanced at the sapling again to maintain his curiosity before leaving. Lu Bujing raised a hand, revealing a gadget on his wrist. He activated it, and a projection of the above heaven sect appeared in the void. In our era, the continent was ruled by the above heaven sect. All powerhouses who reached the progenitor realm had to join the above heaven sect. Even half-ancestors could join, and even those who did not join had to be part of the above heaven sect in name. The half-ancestors who joined the above heaven sect received the Tao Master's decree to pass down their cultivation and enlighten the masses. The half-ancestors who did not join the above heaven sect received the decree to patrol the continent and protect the people. Thank you for your support, brothers. Chapter 21:17. Lu Yin listened quietly. He wasn't surprised to hear about this. In that era there had been a Tao Lord suppressing everything. Regardless of whether one was a progenitor or a half-ancestor, they all had to accept this rule. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why the humans were so prosperous during that era. Only when the absolute powerhouses united the humans could they unleash their true power. That was what Lu Yin wanted to do now. How could the scattered human powers compare to a unified heavenly sect? The responsibility of the 12 gates is to protect the mainland, and they don't participate in the management of the heavenly sect. The ones who can truly manage the heavenly sect are the Tao Lord and the elders. If the Tao Lord goes into seclusion, the Tao Lord will naturally act on his behalf. Apart from that, there's also a clan meeting. Those who participate come from all regions and cultivation levels, and they can raise their demands in the clan meeting. The clan meeting was similar to the Hall of Honor's board of directors. The heavenly sect was high up like a tree crown, but it couldn't lack soil. This clan meeting was the soil of the heavenly sect. Right now our heavenly sect has an elder who is the blood ancestor. We have the sage heavenly master Elder Gong Law Patrol Kuei Luo Elder Chan, and the medicine Immortal. Within the sect we have the Aurora Corporation, Shamrock Enterprises, and various other organizations that serve the sect. There's also the heavenly prison, and Lu Yin listened for almost an hour. Lu Bujing had basically used the methods of the heavenly sect from their era. Although it was different from this era, it could be slowly improved in the future. They couldn't immediately bring the newly established heavenly sect to its peak, and the 12 gates wouldn't be united for the time being. Right, Leng Qing has already been reinstated as the Sky Blade sect's leader, and Kai has also been reinstated as the Jade Kettle sect's leader. Lu Yin asked, why is Elder Chan a law patrol? Then who's the Glory sect's leader? Qin Ping, Lu Bujing answered. Lu Yin was surprised. Senior brother judge? This time it was Lu Bujing's turn to be surprised. Qin Ping is your senior brother? Who's your master? Lu Yin shook his head. Third uncle doesn't know him, but why isn't Elder Chan the leader? With Elder Chan's strength he was definitely qualified to become the heavenly sect's leader. Lu Bujing replied. He said that he had put down some things and that he would no longer care about worldly matters. He would focus on breaking through and traveling the universe. Ever since the decisive battle between the 5th and 6th mainlands, the 5th mainland had been led by Elder Chan, who had established the Hall of Honor to protect the human domain. Over the years, Elder Chan had been too tired. Although he had made mistakes during this period, it was also because the burden of protecting the human race was too heavy. It was so heavy that he had never considered breaking through to the progenitor realm. But now he had let it go. In the future the human race might have another progenitor. Of course, giving up didn't mean that one would definitely succeed. Since the era of the celestial sect until now, many talents had been born, but those who could successfully break into the ancestor realm were few and far between. Breaking through to ancestor realm did not necessarily mean that one was an outstanding individual. There were also many people who had accumulated a great deal of strength and experience, or who had been lucky enough to break through to ancestor realm. Luin did not know about this for now. Patrolling is indeed suitable for Elder Chan third uncle. How many half-martial ancestors do we have? How many half-martial ancestors have escaped the control of the heavenly Dao sect? Luin asked. Lu Bujing replied, we currently have 18 half-martial ancestors. If we include Qin Ping who can rival a half-martial ancestor, then we have 19. 5 half-martial ancestors including Ni Huang are imprisoned in the imperial prison. Lan Xian is currently out of the heavenly Dao sect's control. I've already given her a choice. She can either become a law imparter or a law patroller, but she hasn't responded. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I missed out on one person. Who? Lu Bujing was curious as he had not missed out on anything. Lu Yin looked in Kunzai's direction. The leader of the Spectre clan Tiando. Lu Bujing was confused. Who's that? Contact Zhu Yi and have Tiando find me, Lu Yin said coldly. The Spectre clan had once sided with the everlasting race, and there were some things that could not be brushed aside. Back then, anyone who had been involved with the Neo-Human Alliance had met with misfortune. Shinwu continent had almost been destroyed, and the Yu family had been investigated. Even if the Spectre clan had contributed to the resistance against the everlasting race over the past 20 years, their contributions could not completely offset their mistakes. Otherwise it would be too unfair to others. Lu Bujing nodded. Also, the Aurora Corporation Shamrock Enterprises and the Pyrolite Mining Research and Development, as well as the Lockbreaker Society will all join the backyard. Backyard? Lu Yin smiled. A technological research and development department. I named it the backyard. Lu Bujing did not know why Lu Yin had named it, but he still did as he was told. Third uncle, you shouldn't be the one doing this. You're the leader of the Lu Tianmen sect, Lu Yin said. Lu Bujing laughed heartily. I wouldn't be at ease with anyone else doing it. No matter what, you're the only direct descendant of the Lu family, and I have to watch over you unless you can nurture another direct descendant for me. Lu Yin was at a loss, but after a while he realized that Ming Yan was still asleep. Lu Bujing did not notice Lu Yin's abnormality. There's something I forgot to tell you. Chu Yuan made a contribution. Lu Yin did not understand. Chu Yuan made a contribution? Lu Bujing nodded and sighed. As expected of the only Daozi that the progenitor has ever met. I don't know how much information that Brad obtained from the progenitor, but after you went into seclusion for a few months, he suggested that the ancient golden characters could be visualized, which increased the power levels of many cultivators and won him quite a bit of fame. Once the congregation starts, he'll definitely be one of the participants. That's his request. Lu Yin did not mind. Chu Yuan's intentions were too obvious and he was too anxious. If Lu Yin was Chu Yuan, he would not have joined the congregation at all. Visualizing the ancient golden characters could indeed increase a cultivator's power, which was a good thing. Third uncle, don't the people from the frigid Immortal sect know how to visualize? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Lu Bujing was disdainful. Only the families that control the mainlands are taught by the progenitor. Our Lu family, the 6th mainland's Jialan family, and the 2nd mainland's Mavis family can all do it. Even the 6th mainland's Jialan family can do it? Lu Yin was puzzled. If that was the case, why had the 6th mainland gone astray? Had they been tricked by the Eternals into imprinting? What had left the deepest impression on Lu Yin was what he'd heard at the rune technology ruins. The 6th mainland had been tricked. Imprinting was indeed not an orthodox power. After the progenitor's death, the cultivators who had imprinted on them had all weakened greatly. Imprinting could temporarily increase one's power, but it relied too much on the person being imprinted. Lu Bujing asked, you're thinking about the 6th mainland's imprint, right? Lu Yin nodded. Lu Bujing and the others had been in this era for 20 years, while Lu Yin had only been in the 5th mainland for a little over 20 years. Their knowledge of each other was about the same. I've asked about this before. Not just me but Xianxia as well. Apparently, the Jialan family suddenly disappeared, and the sixth mainland wants to obtain the power of visualization. They think that imprinting is just visualization, but they've actually gone astray. They've already given up on imprinting and have started visualizing the ancient golden characters. Right, Qingping has been looking for you a few times. Lu Yin was curious as he didn't know why his senior brother was looking for him. Got it, I'll contact you. Lu Bujing went to contact Zhu Yi while Lu Yin contacted senior brother Qingping. He used a wireless GU. Although the interplanetary network had started to rearrange the universe's network, it still needed time. I heard that you can snatch astral sources from liquids? Senior brother Qingping asked. Lu Yin replied, yes. Qingping immediately replied, I need astral sources. Lu Yin wanted to reply with nonsense, as who didn't need astral sources these days? However, he suddenly thought of something and became excited. Senior brother, are you about to break through? Yes. Anytime. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. Senior brother Qingping was a peak emissary who could rival a half-ancestor. Once he broke through, he would definitely be able to fight against a sect master like Xianxia. How many astral sources do you need? The more the better. Lu Yin frowned as he wasn't sure how many astral sources senior brother Qingping had. He only had 2 bottles of astral source liquid, and even if Qingping had some, it probably wouldn't be much. I have 2 bottles. Qingping was silent for a moment. Not enough. How much do you need? Lu Yin asked. Suddenly he thought of something. Senior brother, the astral sources in the universe are all gone. Where's your tribulation when you break through? It wasn't a good thing to not have an origin tribulation. Although each tribulation was difficult, one's entire body would improve once they passed it. Without an origin tribulation, would a half-ancestor still be a half-ancestor? What difference would it make if he had another inner world? I'm going to the astral tree domain for my tribulation, Qingping replied. Lu Yin was stunned. You can go to the astral tree domain? I can. How else would I get into the top 10 of the sovereign tournament? Lu Yin suddenly remembered. Right, he had forgotten that the Neoverse had always had a way to reach the astral tree domain through the planet he had returned from. It's easy to be exposed if you break through there. Once you're exposed, it'll be very dangerous if you don't have any astral sources, Qingping replied. Lu Yin understood that Qingping had prepared astral sources to escape. So you want to fill up your astral sources here and then go to the astral tree domain for your tribulation, but I don't have that many astral sources. By the way, how much astral sources do you have? Qingping replied, not too much less than yours. Lu Yin raised a brow. Not too much less than mine? Senior brother, do you know how much astral sources I have? Lu Yin asked. Qingping replied, I don't know. He paused for a moment before continuing. I've seen 5 times the number of cultivators from the Lu family who have undergone one tribulation. What cultivators from the Lu family who have undergone one tribulation? Back when you went to the astral tree domain to steal the origin item, you fought with a cultivator who had undergone one tribulation. I thought that your astral sources were 5 times his. Senior brother, you were able to fight with the Lu family's emissaries then? Lu Yin was shocked. He knew that senior brother Qingping had gone to the cosmic tree realm and had defeated all of his peers from that generation, including the Lu family's direct descendant. It had happened after the origin wheel sacrifice, and the Lu family's direct descendant should have been an enlighter. In that case, the Lu family's first tribulation cultivator who had fought with Qingping should have been an elder, and he definitely wasn't a direct descendant. Even if he wasn't a direct descendant, the amount of astral sources in the Lu family's disciples was still incomparable. No matter what realm they were in, the Lu family's disciples could challenge those of a higher realm, and very few people could do so. Lu Yin had been able to fight against a cultivator who had undergone one tribulation in the astral tree domain because he had the Reaper transformation, which allowed him to obtain the true power of the Grim Reaper. He had even defeated Stoneheart, who was nearly invincible at one tribulation. Could senior brother do the same? Chapter 21:18. According to his senior, the amount of astral source in his body was 5 times that of the Lu family's first tribulation cultivator, which was already an exaggeration. If that was the case, then Lu Yin's astral source might not be much less than his own. He finally understood how Chu Yuan felt. He was a monster. He couldn't understand how his senior could have so much astral source. 4 bottles of astral source liquid really wasn't enough. Senior, I can't give you that much astral source, Lu Yin said helplessly. The sapling had only produced 1 bottle of astral source liquid in half a year, which was already quite a lot. It was equivalent to a peak envoy's astral source, enough for him to use, but definitely not enough for his senior to break through. I'll go to the astral tree to break through in half a year. Give me as much as you can then, Qing Ping replied. Lu Yin looked at the sapling playing happily nearby and pursed his lips. Sorry to trouble you again. His senior would go to the astral tree to break through in half a year, which would coincide with the date of the Tianmen convention. He really knew how to pick a date. The two intentionally ignored the question of how the astral source would be given. When the time came, Lu Yin would give Qing Ping the astral source liquid, and Qing Ping would naturally accept it. As for how the astral source liquid came about, he wouldn't ask, and Lu Yin didn't need to take the initiative to tell him. This was a tacit understanding, just like how Lu Yin wouldn't ask Qing Ping where he had gotten so much astral source. After playing with the sapling for 2 days, Lu Yin coaxed it to go snatch astral source while he set off for the Mysterium sect. It was time to absorb the death chi. The karma in his body was the black and white fog that could only be replenished by death chi. Lu Yin didn't need protection no matter where he went. He was the strongest in the universe. The Mysterium sect's planet, Aegis, was some distance away from the solar system, but this distance was meaningless as Lu Yin's cultivation increased. With his current cultivation he would arrive very quickly. He looked at the frozen planet and remembered the first time he had come here it had been for Aegis. Back then Aegis had already exhausted him and he had even been assassinated. Now it was just an ant under Lu Tian. Lu Yin quickly entered the Mysterium sect and looked up to see a black sun hanging in the sky. It was clearly a sun, but it brought darkness to the void. He leaped up and began to absorb the death energy. Every time he came here, the speed at which he absorbed the death chi was different. This time, however, it was much more exaggerated than before. Perhaps it was because the nature of his power had changed, or perhaps it was because his cultivation had changed, but the black sun was visibly distorting as boundless death chi poured into Lu Yin's body like a river. Looking from the bottom to the top, it was as if a black line had separated this space. As the boundless death energy entered his body, he once again saw that lonely figure sitting on the ground with Go Lian beside him. A gust of wind blew past, causing his robes to flutter. It was the Grim Reaper. With a single thought, Lu Yin followed the death aura and appeared right in front of the Grim Reaper. He had once seen Death's face, which was how he had obtained this camouflage battle technique. This time, however, he truly saw the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper was a middle-aged man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. His eyes were dim and unfocused. No one knew what he was thinking about. Although he looked a little old, one could see that he was handsome when he was young. There was some stubble on his chin and his hands were large and covered in scars. Lu Yin looked into the Grim Reaper's eyes. Suddenly, the Grim Reaper looked up, and the originally unfocused gaze became deep, dark, and unfathomable. It instantly swept Lu Yin into a boundless sea of death energy. Lu Yin's entire body turned cold, and he subconsciously channeled the power in his heart. The sea of death energy disappeared. It suddenly disappeared and the Grim Reaper and Lu Yin faced each other. They were clearly separated by an era, but Lu Yin felt as if the Grim Reaper was staring at him. The Grim Reaper could see himself and see through time. While Lu Yin was still in shock, the Grim Reaper slowly raised his hand and gathered death energy at his fingertips. A strange fluctuation formed a seal and pressed it into Lu Yin's forehead. Lu Yin's head felt as if it had exploded and he suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw that he was still in midair, absorbing the death energy. In the distance, the black sun had shrunk a little. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his eyes flickered as he panted heavily. Was what he had just seen real or fake? He had seen the Grim Reaper, and when their gazes met, the Grim Reaper had also pointed at him. No, it had not been a finger but a seal. Lu Yin closed his eyes and carefully recalled what had happened. The death energy flowed along his arm and coiled around his fingers. Lu Yin recalled the fluctuations that the Grim Reaper had used and he continuously imitated and tested them. A few days later, the river of death energy disappeared, and the sun was much smaller than before. The two black and white commas on Lu Yin's heart had grown much larger and more solid, and they carried a deeper meaning. Lu Yin landed on the ground and looked at his fingertips. Over the past 2 days, aside from absorbing death energy, he had also been imitating the finger imprint that the Grim Reaper had given him. He didn't know what the finger imprint was used for, but after his experience with Death Face he couldn't ignore it. He had seen Death Face by accident, but this seal had been personally imparted by the Grim Reaper. If the Grim Reaper had truly seen him through time, then this was equivalent to imparting a technique to him through time. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to leave. He stayed in the mystery sect and continuously tried to imitate the seal. Finally, after a few days he succeeded. He looked at the seal on his fingertips, and the moment he succeeded he understood the use of this seal. It had to be said that this seal was very useful to him, to the point that he wanted to laugh maniacally. This seal had the ability to pierce through space and ignore the power of space, but that was not the most important thing. What Lu Yin truly cared about was that this seal could exist for a long time. In other words, he could imprint this seal into a person's body and do whatever he wanted. This was standard control. He had always wanted to find a way to control his enemies, and he had not expected the Grim Reaper to impart it to him. Lu Yin looked up at the black sun and bowed respectfully. This junior thanks Senior Grim Reaper for imparting this technique to me. If not for Mr. Mu, Lu Yin would have accepted the Grim Reaper as his master. It did not matter if the Grim Reaper acknowledged him or not, even if he was just an in-name disciple. After replenishing his death energy, it was time to leave. Lu Yin walked out of the mystery sect and appeared on Aegis. Just as he was about to leave, he turned to the west and saw a giant spacecraft. Was that the Nalan family's spacecraft? As his status had increased, Lu Yin had not interacted with the Nalan family for a long time. They had once been one of the Outerverse's 4 great clans, and they had been of great help to the Great Eastern Alliance during its early days. Lu Yin had also instructed them to treat the Nalan family well. When he had unified the Innerverse, he had learned that the Nalan family was doing well and had basically monopolized a portion of the Outerverse's commerce. They were even larger than before, and their support for the Great Eastern Alliance had increased as well. When he saw the Nalan family, Lu Yin was reminded of Madame Nalan. That woman had given him a huge shock, as she was the most flirtatious woman he had ever met. Her appearance was clearly fresh, but she was naturally charming, and her every move was filled with temptation. More than 20 years had passed, and this old friend of his... He wondered how his friend was doing. As he thought about this, Lu Yin extended his domain and swept past the Nalan family's spacecraft. His expression suddenly changed and killing intent burst forth. In outer space, a giant spacecraft slowly traveled through space. From the outside, everything seemed normal, but the interior was filled with the stench of blood. Dozens of corpses were strewn all over the ground, and the corridor stretched all the way to a luxurious room. There were 2 women lying on a large bed in the room, and a man standing beside the bed sneered. I wanted to wait a little longer, but I decided against it. That person will easily discover me when he returns, and once he does, I'll be dead for sure. My apologies, Madam and Miss Luotian. One of the 2 women lying on the bed was Madame Nalan, and the other was Luotian. At this moment, the 2 women were glaring at the man. Mo Feng, my Nalan family has treated you well, but you actually attacked us. The man named Mo Feng took off his outer clothes one by one and looked at Madame Nalan and Luotian greedily. Treated us well? It's just an employment relationship. If it weren't for the fact that I'm a hunter, why would your Nalan family care about me? Madam, you've been in the business world for so many years, so you can't be so naive. Madame Nalan's gaze was icy as she stared at Mo Feng. You can take whatever you want. If it's not enough, I can give you resources. As long as the Nalan family has it, you can take it, but don't hurt us. What a joke. Ever since I came to the Nalan family, I've been thinking about you day and night. How many people in the Innerverse and Outerverse want you? Do you know why I chose the Nalan family? It's because of you that I've finally gotten what I wanted. He then leaned closer to Madame Nalan and took a deep breath. His face was intoxicated. How fragrant. As expected of Madame, your body's fragrance is so alluring. Madame Nalan's face went pale as she had been too careless. Normal cultivators, even enlighters, would not be able to get close to her. She had all sorts of weapons from the Great Eastern Alliance, which were more than enough to deal with most threats. However, this Mo Feng had been with the Nalan family for more than 20 years, and he had always been loyal. Madame Nalan had never thought of being on guard against him, but she had never expected him to attack her. To the side, Luotian's face was ashen. Mo Feng looked at Luotian and smiled. I heard that you like Luyin? Luotian's eyes widened and she glared at Mo Feng. Madame Naylan hurriedly said, let her go. You should know what kind of person Luyin is. He's currently in charge of the Above Heaven sect, and he has the highest status in the entire human domain. A single word from him can make a half-step ancestor do whatever he wants. If you dare to touch her, then don't even think about living in peace for the rest of your life. Madame Naylan's words made Mo Feng hesitate, but his eyes soon turned sinister. So what if he's Luyin? Let me tell you a secret. My name is not Mo Feng. Do you know what my real name is? Madame Naylan and Luotian stared at him. Mo Feng's hair was loose and his clothes were half undone. His snow-white skin caused his mouth to go dry, and there was a unique blush on his cheeks that was extremely alluring. Mo Feng's lips curled up. My name is Feng Mo. A faint voice came from behind him. Mo Feng's expression froze and he suddenly turned around. He saw a face that caused him to lose sleep and eat. His entire body went cold and his legs went weak. He could not believe it. Luyin? Madame Naylan and Luotian looked at the person who had suddenly appeared with pleasant surprise. Alliance leader Lu. Brother Lu. Luyin clasped his hands behind his back and quietly looked at the man in front of him. Feng Mo, long time no see. The person who had attacked Madame Naylan and Luotian was an assassin from the Relentless Slayers. Feng Mo, someone who had escaped from Lu Yin's clutches. Chapter 21:19. Back then, in order to save Big Pao and Little Pao, Luyin and the others had engaged in a battle with Feng Mo. It was also because of Feng Mo that they had gone to the Starfall Sea and that Luyin had participated in the Sea King's son-in-law selection. Feng Mo had disappeared after learning that Luyin had become the Sea King's son-in-law, and the next time Luyin had seen him was in Ling Kei's spacecraft. At that time, Feng Mo had disguised himself as Ling Kei's servant, and Luyin had coincidentally bumped into him. Luyin had crippled all of Feng Mo's meridians, and Luyin had wanted to kill Feng Mo. However, Ling Kei had wanted to hand Luyin over to the Lingling clan, so Luyin had not acted. Unexpectedly, Feng Mo managed to escape. More than 20 years had passed, and this was Lu Yin's third time seeing Feng Mo. He hadn't expected that Feng Mo would make a move against Madame Naylan and Luotian here. Feng Mo trembled as he looked at Luyin. How could this be? To think that he would run into him. What terrible luck. Luyin looked at Feng Mo. Actually, I was very surprised that you were able to escape from the Lingling clan's spacecraft after your meridians were crippled. And before that you were also able to escape from the Spectre clan. That's not simple at all. Let me see how you escaped. Try to escape from me once. Feng Mo's eyelids twitched and his muscles tightened. Escape? Yes, he had to escape. He had to escape. If he didn't escape he would die. But could he escape? The person in front of him was Luyin. The first time they had met, Luyin had been nothing more than a stray dog that had been hunted down. The second time they had met, Luyin had been crippled without even being able to fight back. This time Luyin could not imagine how powerful Luyin was. He had concealed his identity in the Naylan family for more than 20 years, and during that time he had witnessed Lu Yin's deeds too many times. This person was a living legend. Forget about him, who else in the entire universe would have the confidence to escape from this person? Only a half-ancestor would be able to do so. Thinking of this, Feng Mo became even more terrified. He didn't want to die. The fear in his heart was like an evil spirit devouring him, causing him to kneel down, trembling as he begged for mercy. Alliance Master Lu, I beg of you, please don't kill me, please spare my life, I will do anything you want me to do. Alliance Master Lu, I beg of you, I beg of you, I beg of you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I'll let you try to escape once. Feng Mo's meridians had been crippled back then, but he had still been able to escape right under the nose of the Lingling clan. This was quite a feat. Even if Lu Yin had been crippled back then, he might not have been able to escape. This person had some capabilities. Feng Mo was still begging for mercy. He couldn't see any hope of escaping. He couldn't even see any hope of survival. Lu Yin's gaze swept over Madame Naylan and Lady Luotian. Lady Luotian was still wearing normal clothes, but Madame Naylan was wearing a black silk nightgown with white laces. Her snow-white skin dazzled his eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Time had not left a trace on this woman's body. Lu Yin casually waved his hand. using the true scripture of Ian evolution to erase the effects of the medicine in their bodies. The two women hurriedly got up, tidied up their clothes and glared hatefully at Feng Alliance Master Lu. Do you know this person? Madame Naylan asked. She had experienced a lot and recovered quickly. Lu Yin answered in a low voice. An enemy. Feng Mo kept kneeling and begging for mercy. Alliance Master Lu, I beg you to spare me. I'm not even your enemy. 20 years have passed and I, Feng Mo, have never had any thoughts of dealing with you. I've always been hiding in the Naylan clan and I've never killed anyone. Please spare me. Madame Naylan angrily rebuked. So many people outside have died at your hands, yet you still have the gall to say that you didn't kill anyone. Feng Mo's face went pale. Lu Yin slowly raised a hand. I've allowed you to live for so many more years. Today you can rest in peace. He then slammed down with a very slow palm. Feng Mo stared at the ground with a sinister expression. However, when Lu Yin's palm landed, Feng Mo suddenly took out a mirror and slammed it towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's palm collided with the mirror, and a strange scene occurred. An identical palm appeared in the mirror and slammed back at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was flabbergasted and he took a step to the side. Feng Mo leapt out of the window and into outer space in an attempt to escape. Lu Yin casually activated his domain, and Feng Mo's body flew back at an even faster speed. He crashed heavily onto the ground and his meridians were shattered once again. Feng Mo screamed and spat out blood. Lu Yin had deliberately slowed down his attack, as he wanted to see what tricks Feng Mo had up his sleeves. Feng Mo was an assassin from the Relentless Slayers, and he had many life-saving techniques. The technique that he had used in the moment of his death would definitely be the one that he was most confident in. The mirror soared into the sky and Lu Yin grabbed it. His pupils transformed into runes as he looked at it, but there were no rune lines. Where did you get this mirror? What's its use? Lu Yin asked. Feng Mo lay on the ground in a state worse than death. He opened his eyes, looked at Lu Yin and hoarsely said, If I tell you, will you let me live? Lu Yin laughed. That depends on whether or not this mirror is worth your life. Feng Mo's eyes went wide. This is the reward that Bo Bro and Bo Bro gave me for hunting you down. Lu Yin was shocked. Bo Bro and Bo Bro from Deep Crimson Hall? That's right. When they hired me to hunt you down, the reward was this mirror. They didn't know how precious this mirror was, but I know that it came from a hidden void that was definitely left behind by a powerhouse from ancient times. I happened to read about it in an ancient text and I know about its existence. What kind of hidden void is it? Lu Yin was curious. There were many hidden voids in this universe and there might even be a greater world. Feng Mo replied, a space with mountains and seas. Lu Yin's pupils shrank and he stared at Feng Mo. Mountains and seas? Feng Mo panted heavily. That's right, mountains and seas. I don't know where that place is and I only learned about the origins of this mirror from someone else. By the time I wanted to look for it, the mirror had already been obtained by Deep Crimson Hall, and I've been trying to find a way to obtain it ever since. Fortunately, your two classmates went to Deep Crimson Hall for revenge and you guys went as well, causing Deep Crimson Hall to suffer heavy losses. They couldn't hunt you down so they could only hire me. So I went with the flow and asked for this mirror as my reward. Although I don't know where the mountains and seas are, it definitely isn't simple. I've specifically checked the Relentless Slayers' records several times, and there are indeed records of that void. However, later generations can't find it. Lu Yin was curious. How can you be so sure that the void in the mirror is the one recorded in your Relentless Slayers' records? What if it isn't? And even if it is, will the items inside really be valuable? Feng Mo bitterly replied, Alliance Master Lu, you're too high up, and you don't understand how difficult it is for people like us to cultivate. To us, even if there's a small chance, we won't let it go. I'm guessing that this mirror isn't simple and I'm willing to risk my life to obtain it. Lu Yin stared at Feng Mo. Oh, where is the mountains and seas? Feng Mo shook his head. I can't find it, or else it wouldn't have been recorded in the records. It would have been monopolized by someone else long ago. The person who told me about the origins of the mirror can't find it either. He said that it disappeared and even if you go back to its original location you can't enter it. What did that person experience inside? He said that it was all an illusion and that there were all sorts of illusory attacks. Right, all I saw was fog. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Fog? The mountains and seas? Could it be the 9 mountains and 8 seas? One of the seas? After thinking about it, Lu Yin laughed. The possibility wasn't high, as it wasn't that easy to encounter the 9 mountains and 8 seas. If that was the case, how could these people have obtained a power vessel? Fog, the mountains and seas, in this mirror. Lu Yin looked at the mirror in his hand and fell into deep thought. Feng Mo endured the pain and begged for mercy. Alliance Master Lu, I've said everything that needs to be said. Can I leave now? Lu Yin's gaze fell and he raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. Death Qi spiraled out of his fingertip and transformed into a seal that entered Feng Mo's body under his horrified gaze. Feng Mo trembled, not understanding what Lu Yin was doing to him. You can leave now, Lu Yin said indifferently. Feng Mo was apprehensive. Really? I can leave now? Do you still want me to treat you to tea? Lu Yin asked. Feng Mo hurriedly crawled to the window and jumped out. His meridians had been destroyed and he was now a cripple. It would be difficult for him to survive in outer space, but it was still better than waiting on the spacecraft for Lu Yin to deal with. From start to finish, Madame Naylan and Luo Shen had remained silent. Lu Yin looked outside and saw Feng Mo floating off into the distance. His gaze trembled. Feng Mo's body was suddenly engulfed by death qi, and with a boom, not even his bones remained. I didn't say that this information was worth a life, Lu Yin muttered to himself. How could he let Feng Mo go? He wanted to test out the Death God seal, but he couldn't get anything out of Feng Mo. He could only test its effects. If he wanted to test its power, he would need to find an expert. Neither Madame Naylan nor Luo Shen were surprised by Feng Mo's fate. How could they let such a person go? Are you two all right? Lu Yin asked as he looked at the two girls. Madame Naylan ran her fingers through her hair. I'm fine, but Sister Luo Shen might have been frightened. Alliance Master Lu, I'll leave this place to you. I'll go prepare some food for you. She then smiled and left. Luo Shen hugged her knees with her arms, her face slightly pale and red. Lu Yin felt awkward. Everyone knew that Luo Shen liked him, but he couldn't bring himself to have such thoughts when it came to her. Are you all right? Luo Shen grunted. I'm not as weak as Sister Naylan makes me out to be. After so many years, I've experienced many things. Lu Yin nodded. You're very brave. Luo Shen raised her head and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin didn't say anything else. Let's rest on the planet first. I'll study this mirror. Luo Shen nodded. Thank you, Brother Lu. You don't have to thank me. Lu Yin left the room. Not long after, a spacecraft landed on Aegis planet. It was filled with corpses, so it wasn't a suitable place to rest. Madame Naylan and Luo Shen walked on the planet and looked at the vast expanse of whiteness. He's finally back. You were right, he won't die so easily. Luo Shen stared blankly at the vast expanse of whiteness. Madame Naylan looked over as well. Sometimes you have to fight for what you like. Luo Shen's gaze dimmed. Brother Lu won't like me. How will you know if you don't fight for it? You're so pretty. Madame Naylan smiled. Luo Shen smiled bitterly. It's just a feeling. Madame Naylan sighed. Fortunately, he appeared. Otherwise, we would have ended up in a miserable state. Luo Shen was resolute. I won't live. Madame Naylan was stunned. If Luo Shen couldn't live, then what about her? The bottom line that she had held on to for so many years had been broken. Would she be able to live? Chapter 21:20. Madame Naylan rejoiced over the fact that she had saved Lu Yin back then. Back then, Lu Yin had only been a student, but now he had become the person with the highest status in this universe. This was a true investment. However, it was a pity. If she had seduced him back then, perhaps now Madame Naylan would have been able to do so. She couldn't help but laugh when she recalled the way Lu Yin had looked at her back then. Elsewhere, Lu Yin was studying the mirror. It was really strange that this thing could actually reflect the exact same attack. He attacked the mirror from time to time, and sure enough, the mirror reflected the exact same attacks. After trying a few times, he discovered that the attacks were all made of fog. This confirmed his guess that the mountain sea might be related to the fog ancestor. The mist ancestor, also known as the smoke ancestor, was a very peculiar ancestor realm expert. He didn't leave his name behind in history, but he was still one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Even though she didn't leave her name in history, she had left behind many good things, such as the smoke in the Smoke Mountain Range, the bridge on Long Sky Island, the smoke cloud sect in the Starry Sky Tree, and the smoke cloud sect's battle technique, smoke cloud incarnation, were all from the fog ancestor. Lu Yin was very curious about this person. If the withered ancestor was low-key, then the mist ancestor might not even have a sense of existence. In any case, Lu Yin had never heard anyone mention her. During the Daoist sex era, the 9 mountains and 8 seas had been truly peculiar. There had been progenitor Qin, who had been like a blazing sun that illuminated the universe, and there had also been an extremely low-key powerhouse like Elder Ku, who said that one had to be invincible in order to become a progenitor. Lu Yin held the mirror and touched its surface. Suddenly his body leaned forward and his footsteps paused. He had arrived at a strange place with fog all around him. Beside him, there was a mirror made of fog that looked exactly the same as the one he had seen before. Lu Yin looked around. Where was he? He looked down at the mirror and realized that the surface of the mirror was actually Aegis. He raised his hand to hold the mirror and moved it slightly. In the outside world, the mirror actually moved and shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed. On the planet, Madame Naylan and Goddess Luotian were talking about something when the mirror passed through them, giving them a fright. Lu Yin was speechless. This was the space within the mirror, and it should be similar to the outside world. It was no wonder that Feng Mo had been able to escape. Perhaps he hadn't even managed to escape and had simply been hiding in the mirror. Who would care about a mirror? Lu Yin loosened his grip as he could now control the mirror from the inside. He looked around him, but he couldn't tell how big this place was due to the fog. He walked towards the fog, and beside him the mirror formed from the fog was also moving, following him. Step by step, Lu Yin walked out of the mist, raised a hand and touched it. It was soft to the touch, just like touching cotton. This was the first time Lu Yin had come into contact with this kind of fog. Regardless of whether it was the Smokescreen Mountain Range or the bridge on Everlasting Island, the fog did not have any texture. Even when he touched it, it only felt slightly cool, unlike the fog before him. Lu Yin exerted a bit of force, intending to part the fog and see what was in the depths of this space. However, he couldn't do so, and even when he tried again he still couldn't do so. This was strange. Lu Yin looked around and walked to the other side. He tried to move, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move. The tenacity of the mist was unexpectedly strong. Lu Yin raised his hand and struck out with an empty palm. The palm struck the fog and a palm print appeared. It was only about 1 centimeter deep into the fog. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Although it was just an empty palm strike and he hadn't used much strength, it was still enough to kill an astral powerhouse. Lu Yin's palm strike was enough to kill an enlighter with a power level of over 300,000, but it had only left such a thin mark on the fog. Interesting. He thought about it and decided to strike again. At that moment, a stone shot out from the fog and landed on the ground with a heavy thud. Lu Yin was astonished. Who is it? There was no movement. Lu Yin stared at the fog and his pupils transformed into runes as he scanned his surroundings. There were no rune lines in the mirror, so he couldn't see anything. Who is it? What a bunch of tricks. Lu Yin barked as he struck out with a clear void palm. He had used quite a bit of strength in this attack, and it was enough to kill a 3rd tribulation cultivator in the same realm. However, it only left a palm print that was a few centimeters deep within the fog. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had thought that he would be able to leave a print that was a meter deep, but it was only a few centimeters deep. It seemed that the further he went, the more solid it would become. He had never heard of such a dense fog before. Another object shot out, carrying a sharp aura that flickered with a white light. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed it. It was a sword that was incomparably sharp but also somewhat soft. There were strange patterns carved into the sword's edge that gave off a hazy white halo. It was obvious that this was no ordinary sword, and the patterns and halo seemed to contain some sort of power. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the stone that had dropped earlier flew over. Was this an ore? He used a bit of strength and the ore cracked open. This ore had the defensive strength of an enlighter. An ore dropped from the emptiness palm and a sword dropped from the emptiness palm. Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he looked at the mist once more. This time he used even more strength than before to launch another palm strike. This strike was enough to overwhelm a 4th tribulation cultivator. Soon after, another object shot out from the fog. It was a transparent bead with a sword-shaped object that slowly rotated within it. Lu Yin placed a hand on the mirror that had been formed from the fog and moved away from the mirror to look at the bead. The bead had rune lines of a 4th tribulation cultivator. Lu Yin thought to himself that this was indeed the case. Whatever strength he used against the fog would return to him the corresponding level of external objects, such as oars, swords, and beads. This was interesting. Was someone in the fog doing this, or was the mirror itself a power vessel that had been preset? Lu Yin placed a hand on the mirror and entered it again. He took a deep breath and then struck out with his palm. This strike was very weak, even weaker than the first empty palm. He waited for a long time, but there was no movement from the fog. It seemed that he would have to use an even stronger attack to get something to drop out. Only then did he realize that there were some marks beside his empty palm, but they were so thin that they were almost invisible. He stared at them, wondering if they had been left behind by Feng Mo. Of course, there was also the possibility that Feng Mo wasn't the only one who had done this, but it definitely had nothing to do with the Bo brothers. If the Bo brothers knew about this, then why would they have given the mirror to Feng Mo as a reward? Lu Yin stared at the fog for a long time before finally attacking. Since he could obtain external objects by increasing his strength, he would not hold back. In the outside world on planet Aegis, Luo Xian looked around from time to time and was somewhat disappointed that Brother Lu had not come. Madame Nalan put down her hand. The spacecraft is almost here. Luo Xian snorted. Madame Nalan was helpless. As his cultivation increases, the time he spends in seclusion will definitely increase, but she did not know what to say. He had gone into seclusion right after saving them without even chatting with them. A day later, the Nalan family's spacecraft landed on planet Aegis. Madame Nalan brought Luo Xian onto the spacecraft. I left a message so he'll know that we left once he comes out. Will Brother Lu be all right? Luo Xian was worried. Madame Nalan laughed. Who in the universe can harm him? Don't worry. She then turned to the old woman behind her. Capture all of Wind Void's people and throw them out to do manual labor. The old woman softly replied, Yes, madam. I am responsible for this disaster. Madame Nalan replied, It has nothing to do with you. I was the one who didn't let you follow and gave Wind Void a chance. The old woman seriously replied, This kind of thing cannot happen again. From now on, no matter where Madame goes, I will follow. Madame Nalan smiled and looked back at planet Aegis before leaving on her spacecraft. Back on the planet, Lu Yin had actually left half a day ago, but he did not want to face Luo Xian and had watched them leave. He had obtained more than 20 items from the mirror, of which there were 2 that were the most valuable. One was the Root of Wisdom that he had obtained when his destructive power had increased to a power level of 1,000,000. That's right, he had obtained the Root of Wisdom in the fog. This was something that he had not expected, and it was a pleasant surprise. The Root of Wisdom had already given him a great surprise. When he had visualized the immovable Heavenly King Elephant and unleashed a full-strength palm strike that was enough to cause a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000 to raise their eyebrows, he had obtained a technique called the microinduction technique. The name did not reveal much, but when Lu Yin looked at it, he realized that this was a technique that the Fog Ancestor had created himself. The fog that they had seen and the smoke that had filled the smokescreen mountain range were not real fog or smoke, but rather a power called micro. Its form was similar to fog and smoke, but it was similar to the rune lines created by the symbol ancestor. It was a power created by the Fog Ancestor. It was a cultivation power that was different from astral sources. The micro-induction technique was the starting point for cultivating this power. Lu Yin was not surprised when he learned of this fact, as a progenitor could change the world. He did not know why the Sixth Mainland's 3 progenitors had not created their own powers, but he guessed that not all progenitors could do it. Progenitor Chen had left behind the Sirius stars. The symbol ancestor had left behind rune lines. The even more ancient death god had left behind death energy. Destiny had left behind divination, and the fog ancestor had left behind micro. Lu Yin learned micro, but he was not very interested in it. He had learned too many powers, and even though Mr. Mu had told him to cultivate every power to the peak, he could not learn so many. Just the 3 realms and 6 Daos were already in his grasp. The Death God's death energy, Destiny's fates, and Wu Tian's weapon mastery, the 3rd Mainland's ancient Dao master's 3 absolutes, the 5th Mainland's innate gift and visualization, Progenitor Chen's power, the symbol ancestor's power, and the progenitor's astral source cultivation and lock breaking. Even with the addition of the Fog Ancestor's power, it would not be of much help to him. Lu Yin thought about it and used a wireless GU to contact the Smokescreen Mountain range. Is this Alliance Master Lu? Old Ghost GU asked. Lu Yin smiled. That's me. How have you been, Senior? Old Ghost GU smiled. Congratulations on becoming a Dao disciple, Alliance Master Lu. You're now in charge of the Above Heaven sect and walking on behalf of the heavens. You're too polite, Senior. I'm not being polite at all. Alliance Master Lu, you don't understand, but in the 20 years that you disappeared, us old folks did not have a good life. It's not that the Heavenly Gate did not treat us well, but rather that we had to obey the Above Heaven sect's cultivators wherever we went. The Three Absolutes Heavenly Gate in particular did not give us any face at all. Now that Alliance Master Lu has returned, we can heave a sigh of relief. Chapter 21-21. Internally, Lu Yin was in charge, which was a good thing for the mountain range. 20 years ago, Old Man Gu had been unhappy that Lu Yin had used his weakness against him, but after the Cosmic Sea incident, Lu Yin had saved the mountain range. Old Man Gu remembered this favor, and his attitude towards Lu Yin had completely changed. Lu Yin had saved their lives, and Old Man Gu would never forget this favor. Outside, the threat of the Eternals had been removed and peace had returned to the universe. Although there was now the Above Heaven sect above them, Old Man Gu did not care since Lu Yin was in charge. Also, Alliance leader Lu saved our lives back in the Cosmic Sea. Our mountain range will definitely repay this favor, Old Man Gu said. Lu Yin smiled. Then Senior will have to repay more than just that. Old Man Gu was confused. What does Alliance leader Lu mean? Senior, are you familiar with the power that you cultivate? Lu Yin asked. Old Man Gu was even more confused. The power that you cultivate? Alliance leader Lu, are you talking about Star Source? Of course not, it's the smoke from your mountain range, Lu Yin said. Old Man Gu did not understand. What does Alliance leader Lu mean? I don't understand. Lu Yin said, micro-induction. Old Man Gu was shocked. How does Alliance leader Lu know the technique that my mountain range cultivates? Senior knows about micro-induction? Then why is micro called smoke? Lu Yin was puzzled. Old Man Gu still did not understand. What micro? I really don't understand what Alliance leader Lu is talking about. Don't you know that the smoke that you cultivate is not smoke? It's a power called micro that comes from the fog ancestor, Lu Yin said. Old Man Gu was shocked. Micro? We really didn't know. No wonder it's called micro-induction. So that's what it means. Lu Yin was not sure if Old Man Gu really did not know or if he was just playing dumb, but there was no need to play dumb. The power that the mountain range controlled was not very strong, and at most it could be used to equip an army. It was not very useful to true powerhouses. Alliance leader Lu, how do you know about micro-induction? Could it be Yun Tingting? Old Man Gu asked. Lu Yin said, I'll tell you when I get back. For now, I only know micro-induction and it might be similar to what you know. I can't help you. If I have a follow-up technique, I will give it to you. Old Man Gu was confused by Lu Yin's words and couldn't get any more information. Looking at the wireless Gu, he only knew one thing. Lu Yin seemed to be able to obtain the follow-up to the minute lead method. But was there a follow-up to the minute lead method? Yun Tingting's sect had a better grasp of this power than Lu Yin's, but there was a limit to it. If she had a follow-up technique, Lu Yin would not have told her about it now, which was strange. Lu Yin also entered Mount Supreme and in front of him was Yun Tingting. Yun Tingting looked at Lu Yin calmly. She had changed a lot from when she had first been locked up. From Lu Yin's point of view, she had become numb from being locked up. You said you would let me go, Yun Tingting said indifferently. Lu Yin replied, I'll take you to the astral tree. Yun Tingting sneered. He did not believe him at all. You should be aware of what happened during this time. The Astral Tree Expedition's army has arrived at the Fifth Mainland, and the Everlasting Tribe has also made their move. However, I've already dealt with all of that. My next step is to go to the Astral Tree realm and I'll let you go, Lu Yin said. Yun Tingting calmly replied, I don't have what you want here. Lu Yin asked, You're cultivating the minute induction technique, right? Yun Tingting asked. She did not answer as this was not strange at all. The people of the Smoke Gulp mountain range also cultivated this technique. Then do you know about this power called minute? Lu Yin asked. Yun Tingting's eyes went wide and she stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin knew the answer from her gaze. The Smoke Gulp mountain range still does not know that they cultivate minute, not smoke. You didn't tell them either, and now you're telling me that you don't have anything I want to know? Yun Tingting was puzzled. How do you know? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Because I also know the minute induction technique. I also know that this power comes from the mist ancestor and it's different from astral sources. However, you descendants treat it as an external attack method which is completely different from the mist ancestors. Yun Tingting frowned. The minute induction technique is the power of minute, and minute is essentially an external object created by the mist ancestor. That's all we can control. Lu Yin understood. Just like the Spectre clan, they could cultivate and control death energy, but they could not create it. They could only be considered users, not cultivators. Just like the Gulp Mountain Range, your smoke cloud sect only learned the minute induction technique? Lu Yin asked. Yun Tingting replied, we learned much more than the Smoke Gulp Mountain Range, but we still have the minute induction technique and it can be considered complete. However, we don't know the rest. Rumor has it that the mist ancestor can use minute's power to change the world, but we don't even know a millionth of it. How did you guys learn the minute induction technique? Lu Yin was curious. Yun Tingting looked at Lu Yin. Will you really let me go? There's no point in keeping you alive, Lu Yin said. Although his words were harsh, Yun Tingting believed him. She truly had no value to Lu Yin. They had been trapped at Mount Supreme because Lu Yin did not want to expose the existence of the cosmic tree realm. He did not want any variables to appear. Now even people from the above heavens era had appeared, let alone the cosmic tree realm. Even if they were released in the cosmic tree realm, they wouldn't be able to cause any harm to Lu Yin, let alone the fifth mainland. Yun Tingting recalled, I once heard my father mention that our Misty Cloud sect's ancestor once served the Misty Ancestor, and he was considered an outer sect disciple that the Misty Ancestor did not acknowledge. At that time, the 5th and 6th mainlands were in a decisive battle, and the Misty Ancestor's 9 mountains and 8 seas met with an unforeseen event. Everything happened too quickly and my ancestor managed to survive. He followed the Misty Ancestor to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The Mist Ancestor didn't go to the cosmic tree realm? Lu Yin asked, thinking back to what Feng Imo had said. The mountain sea should have been left behind on the 5th mainland. Yun Tingting shook her head. I'm sure that father said that the Mist Ancestor did not go to the cosmic tree realm with the 4 cardinal scales, and no one knows where she went. Our ancestor did visit the 4 cardinal scales when he was alive, but because he was only a half-step ancestor, he did not have the qualifications to meet the 4 cardinal scales ancestor. Thus, he did not know where the Mist Ancestor went and he only passed down the minute induction technique that the Mist Ancestor taught him. He obtained the minute induction technique so that he could control the Mist Ancestor's minute induction techniques and better serve the Mist Ancestor. Lu Yin nodded. The Mist Ancestor didn't have a successor. Yun Tingting shook her head. No. According to our ancestors' ancient records, the Mist Ancestor was an infatuated person. What do you mean? Lu Yin did not understand. Yun Tingting replied, I don't know. That's what the ancient records say. They were written by our ancestor but I don't know the specifics. Our ancestor also recorded some of the Mist Ancestor's deeds, but they were all trivial matters. The Mist Ancestor rarely left the 9 mountains and 8 seas that she inherited. Lu Yin left. Yun Tingting knew about this. Her knowledge was limited, or rather the Misty Cloud sect's knowledge was limited as well. Infatuated, or something else. The 9 mountains and 8 seas was a type of inheritance, and any progenitor who managed to reach the 9 mountains and 8 seas was no ordinary progenitor. They all had the power to change the heavens and the earth. Progenitor Qin, the symbol ancestor, and the Mist Ancestor were all like this, so the 4 cardinal scales ancestor would definitely not be any weaker. When Lu Yin thought about how he would definitely have to face off against the 4 cardinal scales ancestor in the future, Lu Yin felt a little uncertain. Even if he gathered all of the 5th mainland's strength, he still would not be a match for any of the 4 cardinal scales families. As long as the other side sent out a progenitor, they would be finished in the astral tree realm. Unless he lured them to the 5th mainland, then with progenitor Chen's strength, Lu Yin was confident that he could even put up a fight against existences like Wang Fan and Bai Wang Yuan. Lu Yin took out the mirror and entered. He looked at the fog around him and said, Every time you attack you throw something out as soon as the power increases. I know your goal. You're baiting me with these external objects and even techniques. You want to use external forces to destroy the fog so that someone inside can come out. Of course, it's also possible that this place is set up like this, but I'm more willing to believe that there's someone inside. I don't know if you can hear me, but you'd better give me a response. Otherwise I'll seal this mirror. With my current cultivation, as long as I'm willing, even a half-ancestor will not be able to find you. You'll never be able to come out. Lu Yin paused and then raised his head. Give me a response or you'll never be able to make a name for yourself. There was no response. Lu Yin placed a hand on the mirror formed from the fog. I, Lu Yin, have cultivated for 40 years and I'm only at the 3rd tribulation stage. However, I can fight against powerhouses at the 6th tribulation stage or even the 7th tribulation stage. Give me a few more decades and I'll be able to become a half-ancestor. I've broken through 3 stages and I have the origin item, so I'll definitely be able to reach the progenitor realm. Since you're not willing to respond, then I'll have to wait until I break through to the progenitor realm. Once he touched the mirror, he would leave and everything he had said here would become reality. Of course, this was just a bluff. Since this place was related to the fog ancestor, how could Lu Yin be willing to give it up? With his current strength, he could not break through the fog around him, so there was no danger. He just wanted to use this method to test the waters. Just as his palm was about to touch the surface of the mirror, a piece of rock flew out and headed straight for him. Lu Yin reached out and grabbed it. It really was just a stone, but there was a line of words carved into it. It was an ancient language that he did not recognize. Wait here, Lu Yin said before leaving the mirror and leaving Aegis to return to the solar system. After returning to the solar system, he summoned the ghost monkey. The monkey had been doing well in the Lu Tianmen Gate, and it had considered itself Lu Yin's servant for the past 20 years. Many people in the Great Eastern Alliance recognized it, especially since the monkey always claimed that it was Lu Yin who had used the Realm Mountain to block the entrance to the Starfall Sea. It had always claimed that it was the monkey who had taken the initiative to contact Lu Yin, and that it was also the monkey who had thought of that method. No matter what the process had been, the monkey had indeed played a part in the outcome. It had relied on this contribution to lead a comfortable life in the Lu Tianmen Gate. That's the process. Back then, 7th Bro and I dominated the mountain and sea realm. If not for me, 7th Bro would not have been Burial Garden's opponent. It was me who risked my life to swallow the blood of a progenitor and used my innate gift of shadows to help 7th Bro defeat Quiet Weep. On a giant planet outside the solar system, 4 or 5 giants were gathered in a circle as they listened to the monkey's story. Chapter 21-22. One of the giants raised his hand and Ghost Monkey raised his head proudly. Ask. If it weren't for you, then the Alliance Master wouldn't have been Hidden Cry's match? The giant asked. He looked like a giant, but he was actually just a child. However, his body was just as huge. Ghost Monkey was pleased. That's right. Without me, 7th Bro definitely wouldn't have been his match. 7th Bro was still too weak back then. Of course, that was also because he was still young. The 10 arbiters, Qiu Shi and Hidden Cry, were all older than him. Does that count as cheating? One of the giants asked. Ghost Monkey waved his hand. Of course not. I coexist with 7th Bro, so how can that count as cheating? If that's considered cheating, then Quiet Weep's horse is also considered cheating. Even your weapons are considered cheating. Are you 7th Bro's weapon, Marquis? Of course not. I've gone through life and death with 7th Bro. We're brothers. Marquis, you're amazing. Ghost Monkey grew even more pleased with himself as he looked around. The giant's praises gave him a sense of accomplishment. In the Eternal Kingdom, those monsters wouldn't be able to do anything with a single hit, and those fellows from Lu Tianmen were too smart. Children were the best as they were naive and pure. Ghost Monkey decided that he would teach these children in the future, and when they grew up they would only worship him even more. Suddenly, the giant children's eyes widened as they stared fervently in Ghost Monkey's direction. Ghost Monkey was flabbergasted. Aren't these children's gazes a little too fervent? No, I have to lower the temperature. Otherwise, if that bastard Ku Wei finds out, I'll be in trouble. That guy can't even beat a cheap fish. Long time no see, Monkey. A faint voice sounded from behind him. Ghost Monkey subconsciously turned into a shadow and hid. Who had been so close to him without him noticing? If this was an enemy, then he was done for. Wait, why does this voice sound so familiar? Ghost Monkey peeked out from the shadow of one of the giant children and looked in the same direction. His eyes widened. 7th Bro? Alliance Master. The giant children shouted excitedly, their gazes filled with worship and fervor. Lu Yin smiled. Go play. I have something to talk to Ghost Monkey about. Yes, Alliance Master. The giant children reluctantly left, occasionally glancing at Lu Yin as if he was a hero. The monkey came out and he had a smile that only appeared when he saw the celestial ice phoenixes. He pounced towards Lu Yin. "Seventh bro, this monkey missed you so much." Lu Yin grabbed the monkey and entered the mirror. The monkey looked around blankly. Where was this place? Take a look and see what this means. Lu Yin tossed the stone to the monkey. Just as the monkey was about to flatter him, a stone was thrown at him. He subconsciously caught it and looked at it. Words from that era. Lu Yin looked at the monkey as he knew that the monkey would recognize him. Aside from the monkey, he could also look for Elder Chan or the Second Night King. However, Elder Chan was wandering the universe, so it would be inconvenient to disturb him. The Second Night King was hiding in the Glory Realm, so there was no need to look for him for the time being. The monkey was the most convenient option. "Seventh brother, are you saying that you're from the Lu clan?" The monkey translated. "That's right. I'm a direct descendant of the Lu family." "Who are you?" The people in the fog were frightened. With a bang, another rock fell out and hit the bottom of the monkey's feet. The monkey picked it up. "I'm the mistress that you're all talking about." The monkey's eyes went wide as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He confirmed it again and then stared at Lu Yin in a daze. "She's the mistress?" Lu Yin's face sank and he looked at the fog. "Are you messing with me?" The monkey was furious. "Mistress, you bastard. Although the mistress isn't famous, she's still one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. How can you be the mistress? Why would she be trapped by her own fog? Who do you think I'm an idiot?" After cursing, the monkey felt much better and he turned to look at Lu Yin. He licked his lips and smiled. "Seventh bro, this guy is definitely a liar. He actually said that he's the fog ancestor." But then he felt that something was off with Lu Yin's gaze. "Seventh bro? What's wrong?" Lu Yin stared at the monkey. "How do you know that the mistress is one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas?" 20 years ago, even Lu Yin hadn't known who the 9 mountains and 8 seas were, and it had been Maiden who had told him. How did the monkey know? The monkey hurriedly replied, "It's been spread around for a long time. Many people know about the 9 mountains and 8 seas and even the 12 heavenly gates." Lu Yin's brows relaxed. That made sense. There were no secrets in this era, and the secrets from back then had already been spread around. After all, they hadn't even known about the 6th mainland back then. The monkey's explanation was quite reasonable. There was a thump as another stone fell to the ground. The monkey picked it up. "It says that I'm the mistress." He then bared his teeth. "Seventh brother, this guy is obviously a liar and he's up to no good. He actually pretended to be the mistress. Why didn't he pretend to be Ancestor Chin?" Lu Yin stared at the fog. "If you're the mistress, then why are you trapped in the fog? Why would the mistress be trapped by her own power?" The stone flew out and the monkey caught it. "I messed up." Lu Yin blinked. "Just those 3 words?" The monkey nodded. Lu Yin looked at the fog. The mistress' tone was rather casual. "How do you prove that you're the mistress?" The stone flew out. "How do you prove that you're Lu Yin?" The monkey was enraged. "Seventh brother, this guy actually dares to provoke you." Lu Yin stared at the fog. "If you can't prove that you're the mistress, then I'll seal this mirror forever. I won't open it until I become a progenitor, or I might never open it. Your choice." The stone flew out. "I don't know how to prove it unless there's someone I know." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he took out Mount Supreme to release Yun Tingting. Yun Tingting was confused. She had been inside the mirror from Mount Supreme, but it didn't seem like she was outside. "The guy inside calls himself the mistress." "Prove it," Lu Yin said. Yun Tingting was stunned. "The mistress?" Lu Yin nodded. Yun Tingting immediately denied it. "How is that possible?" She looked into the distance and then around her. "Impossible. How could the mistress be trapped by her own fog? That's impossible. She's a liar." The monkey hurriedly agreed. "That's right, she's a liar. Seventh brother, ignore her. She's a liar with bad intentions." The stone flew out and this time it hit the monkey's head. The monkey hurriedly caught it and translated, "You've already called her a liar 3 times. If you dare spout nonsense again, I'll skin you." The monkey was stunned as this seemed to be directed at him. At that moment, another stone flew out and the monkey subconsciously caught it. "Seventh brother, she says she doesn't know this girl." Lu Yin looked at Yun Tingting. "Find a way to prove that she's the mistress." Yun Tingting immediately replied, definitely not. How could the mistress be trapped by her own power? I asked you to prove it, not to listen to your judgment. Lu Yin's face sank. Yun Tingting was helpless and she looked at the fog. Let me ask you, what's the mistress' greatest characteristic? A stone flew out. The monkey picked it up and stared at the words on the stone. Seventh brother, she said that she's beautiful. Lu Yin was stunned. What? Yun Tingting was stunned as well. Beautiful. The monkey was speechless. Was that something a progenitor would say? Lu Yin looked at the fog. Are you messing with me? Then I won't keep you company. Another stone flew out. You're from the Lu family. Find Lu Tianyi to prove my identity. Lu Yin replied, if I could find ancestor Lu Tianyi, why would I need to find someone else? Yun Tingting asked, let me ask you, how many servants did you have back then? The stone flew out. None. Lu Yin's face sank. None. He looked at Yun Tingting. She frowned. What about unacknowledged in-name disciples? None. Yun Tingting looked at Lu Yin. It definitely isn't the mistress. Otherwise, there's no way she wouldn't know about my Yun family's ancestor. A stone flew out. Yun family's ancestor? There was a shameless person called Yun San who stayed in the mountain and sea realm. Apparently, he was being hunted down by his enemies. I pitied him, so I temporarily took him in and taught him the minute attraction technique. Yun Tingting's eyes widened. My ancestor's name was Yun San. Lu Yin raised a brow. Yun San? This name sounded like someone who had been hunted down. Aside from your ancestor's name, is there any other way to prove that she's the mistress? Yun Tingting thought about it. According to the ancient records left behind by my ancestor, she suddenly stared at the fog. How did ancestor Yun San address the mistress when he first met her? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The first address was obviously different from the later ones. A stone flew out and the monkey felt his teeth ache. It felt like it was gradually proving that the mistress was indeed the mistress. Although it was inconceivable, even someone from the above heavens era had appeared, so what was impossible? What if it really was the mistress? That was the mistress, one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Offending her would result in being skinned alive. The monkey gulped and looked at the stone. Seventh bro, it says big sister fairy. Yun Tingting suddenly knelt down. Yun family's junior Yun Tingting greets the mistress. Lu Yin was astonished. Are you sure? Yun Tingting respectfully replied, only my Yun family's ancestor knows this name, and he's only said it once in the ancient records. Aside from my Yun family's ancestor and the mistress, no one else knows. Lu Yin looked into the fog and was shocked. It really was the mistress. This little monkey greets the mistress. May senior mistress live forever. This little monkey welcomes senior mistress's return. Welcome back. The monkey began to frantically flatter her. Lu Yin looked into the fog, not daring to believe that one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas was right in front of him. He had asked Yun Tingting to verify that this person was a fake, but he had never expected that she would be the real deal. Senior, why are you trapped here? How can this junior get you out? The stone flew out, and this time the monkey's attitude was much more sincere. It respectfully held the stone above its head and translated, your Lu family's progenitors can open a crack and allow me to reveal some of my abilities. However, if you want to release me, you'll need to be stronger than me. Lu Yin was helpless. The Lu family has been exiled and there are no longer any progenitors in the universe. I'm sorry to disappoint you. The stone flew out. This is the 5th mainland? Yes, Lu Yin replied. The stone flew out. Why aren't there any progenitors? Are all 14 progenitors dead? Lu Yin was stunned. 14 progenitors? That many? Chapter 21-23. When Senior was trapped, did the 5th mainland's Daoist sect collapse? Lu Yin asked. The stone flew out. It didn't collapse. How could the Daoist sect collapse? Find a half-ancestor and you can try to talk to me directly, but it has to be a very powerful one. Also, there aren't many stones left. Lu Yin took a deep breath and walked out of the mirror. Not long after, he brought Kuei Luo and Lu Bujing over. The two looked around blankly. They saw Yun Tingting kneeling respectfully on the ground and the monkey smiling at the fog. It was disgusting no matter how they looked at it. Lu brat, what's the matter? Kuei Luo asked. Lu Yin pointed at the fog. The person inside might be the mistress. Attack the fog and see if you can release her. Mistress. Mistress. The two cried out in surprise. After 20 years, they had gained some understanding of the fifth mainland. Although the mistress was not as famous as the withered ancestor, she was still one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Brat, are you crazy? How could the mistress be trapped here? Kuei Luo looked at Lu Yin as if he was an idiot. Lu Bujing felt the same way. Lu Yin knew that no one would believe him if he told them the truth. In fact, he was also skeptical even with Yun Tingting's confirmation. Fortunately, he could borrow progenitor Chen's strength, so he was not afraid of anything. Besides, it was possible that this person was the mistress. It doesn't matter if it's the mistress or not. Let her out and take a look. Don't worry, she won't be able to escape completely. If you can help her escape, then her strength is nothing to be afraid of. That was true, and the two looked into the fog and met each other's eyes. Lu Bujing said, "Let me try first." He then visualized the Akalanatha king's elephant and punched out. The fog caved in, but it was useless as they still could not see the bottom. When he saw this, Lu Bujing grew serious and 3 streams of energy appeared around his body. Little 7, we can't break through this defense, and the one trapped here should be a progenitor. If this person isn't the mistress and has evil intentions, then we'll all be in trouble. Don't believe her words. Lu Yin frowned. What do you mean, third uncle? Lu Bujing said, I'll try using destiny. The 3 sons' ancestral qi, 1 stream of destiny. Lu Yin and the rest stared intently at fate. Were they about to see fate? That was one of the 3 realms, and it was as famous as the Grim Reaper. The airflow kept changing. Sometimes, it would take the shape of a human, and other times, it would return to normal. It kept changing back and forth, but it was unable to truly take the shape of a human. Everyone just watched and waited. At this moment, a stone flew out and the monkey hurriedly translated, "He's acting." Lu Bujing glared viciously at Ghost Monkey. The monkey was shocked. It wasn't me. It was the fog ancestor. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Back when he had faced the ancient god's attack, his third uncle had not been able to materialize fate. Even after so many years, it seemed like his third uncle had never succeeded. After a while, Lu Bujing sighed. Forget it, I won't try anymore. Failed again. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. More than 10 years ago, Destiny's daughter came knocking on our door because of your 3 young ancestral qi. Not only was she unable to use it, but she also offended the Destiny's disciple. Lu Bujing snorted. Although I couldn't materialize it, fate gave me the feeling that it could be saved. Lu Yin raised his brows. Third uncle, are you saying that we can break through the fog? Lu Bujing nodded. That seems to be the case, but we can't break through it on our own. The most we can try. Then let's try, Lu Yin said. Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo separated the crowd and used their own strength. Together they bombarded the fog. Lu Yin also took out a needle. This needle was the same one that had broken through Wang Xi's inner world and had been lent to Ling Qing to threaten the Forgotten Ruins deity. Lu Yin had lent this needle to Ling Qing in the main hall to deal with the Forgotten Ruins deity, and it had ended up in Ling Qing's hands. During the battle for the Dao disciple position, Lu Yin had borrowed progenitor Chen's strength to suppress all the other half-ancestors. Lu Yin used his strongest strength to shoot out the needle, and it followed the 2 half-ancestors' strength and pierced into the fog. This needle could break through a half-ancestor's inner world, and it was no small matter. Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo's strength were not enough to cause much damage to the fog, but their combined strength allowed the needle to forcefully pierce into the fog for an unknown amount of time. A moment later, the needle flew back, almost piercing Lu Yin himself. Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo retreated several steps, their faces pale. Lu Yin looked at the fog. Was it useful? Everyone looked at the fog. The fog gradually recovered. Lu Yin sighed. Was it still useless? At that moment, a figure walked out of the fog, attracting everyone's attention. This person's white clothes fluttered in the wind, and she was dressed like an ancient person. Fog surrounded her, making her look like an immortal. Her bare feet floated in the air as she walked through the void. Lu Yin looked up and saw a beautiful face that was comparable to Ming Yan's. Among all the women Lu Yin had ever seen, she could be ranked at the top. More importantly, she had a dignified aura that could not be approached. It was like a ravine in the Milky Way that could never be crossed. Her beautiful face made it impossible for anyone to have any thoughts about her, and they did not even dare to look at her. Even Lu Yin felt that way, let alone the others. Even Lu Bujing, the leader of the Elysium, subconsciously lowered his head after a single glance. The same went for Kuei Luo. Lu Yin was the one who had looked at her the longest, and he had taken a few glances. The woman did not speak and simply floated in the air. Lu Yin looked at the ground and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did he not dare to look at her? Why did he feel a sense of inferiority from the bottom of his heart? This was not right. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had never felt this way. The more he thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. Lu Yin looked up and the woman continued to stare at him. The woman's gaze was filled with the profound dignity of the universe. Lu Yin's gaze was stubborn, but there was also a dignity that had been formed over many years. The two stared at each other and neither of them looked away. "My name is Shi Wei," the woman said, and the depth in her eyes gradually faded away, replaced by curiosity towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze shifted. "Mistress." She smiled. "I call myself Mistress Wei because the power I created is called Wei. However, others like to call me Mistress or Mistress. They've mistaken my power for Mistress." Lu Yin bowed respectfully. "Junior Lu Yin greets Mistress Wei." She smiled. "I was right, wasn't I?" Lu Yin did not understand. "What?" She tilted her head slightly. "I'm very beautiful, aren't I?" Lu Yin blinked, not knowing how to answer. No matter what he said, it would still be considered flirting. After all, who would dare flirt with a progenitor? Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo raised their heads in shock and looked at the woman in confusion. She raised her head. "That's my specialty, and I'll say that to anyone who asks. I'm beautiful, so there's nothing I can't say. Yes, you're beautiful. Mistress Wei is the best. Her biggest characteristic is that she's beautiful," the monkey said as he praised her wildly. The woman stared at him. "At least you're tactful and didn't call me a liar. Otherwise I would have skinned you." The monkey was startled and he hurriedly lay down, not daring to say another word. "Thank you, but I can only take a breath." The mistress patted her collar, revealing a large patch of her snow-white skin. Lu Yin and the others quickly averted their gazes as this was too dazzling. This mistress was too casual. The mistress rolled her eyes. "How pretentious. All right, hurry up and tell me what happened. What happened to the Daoist sect? What happened? I know that Xiaoxiang burned down the southern progenitor, but what happened after that? What happened? Lieutenant, what did Ku Jie and the others do?" Lu Yin turned around and organized his thoughts. He then recounted the events of the Daoist sect's era and the current era. Half a day later, Lu Yin saw that the mistress was deep in thought and he asked, "You didn't participate in the final battle with the Sixth Mainland?" The mistress shook her head. "I fought with an Eternal's Corpse King and I lost control of my power. Even I was trapped and I only came out to take a breath now. I didn't participate in the battle at all." Lu Yin understood. In that era, the Sixth Mainland's victory had been a fluke. Ku Jie had charged into the Eternals, and Lu Tianyi and the others had been busy dealing with the seven sky gods. Only Progenitor Qin, the symbol ancestor, and a few others had truly fought with the Sixth Mainland. Otherwise, how could the Sixth Mainland have been a match for them? "You didn't fight against the seven sky gods?" Lu Yin asked. With 9 mountains and 8 seas strength, how could they have resisted the seven sky gods? The mistress replied, "No, I didn't want to fight against those 7 old freaks, but the one I fought wasn't simple either. I borrowed the power of that Eternal's true god, but I couldn't kill him. He even made me lose control of my power and I still can't escape." "Then did you kill him in the end?" "He was tortured to death." Everyone. The mistress ancestor looked around and saw the strange looks in everyone's eyes. She rolled her eyes. "What are you looking at? I couldn't do anything about it. That guy was so hard to kill and I relied on time to wear away the true god's power before killing him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. Besides, I'm not good at fighting." Lu Bujing respectfully asked, "You said that you only came out to take a breath. Could it be that you can't completely escape?" The mistress ancestor frowned as she felt a little uncomfortable. "I can't leave unless I find someone to break through the fog. But there aren't even progenitors, so who can I find?" Kuei Luo subconsciously glanced at Lu Yin. The mistress ancestor saw this and looked at Lu Yin. "Do you have a way?" Lu Yin replied, "If it's outside the mirror, then there is indeed a way. This junior can borrow progenitor Chen's power. The mistress ancestor's eyes widened. You can borrow Xiaoshang's power? What power? That guy cultivates a lot. Lu Yin replied, the serious art. The mistress ancestor sized Lu Yin up. How old are you? This question stumped Lu Yin as he did not know how old he was. Based on your age, you've probably only cultivated the serious art for 100 years at most. Why would you borrow the power that Xiaoshang left behind in the fifth mainland? The mistress ancestor was curious and she looked Lu Yin up and down. Lu Yin was astonished. You know about the power that progenitor Qin left behind in the fifth mainland? The mistress ancestor replied, nonsense. Who doesn't leave something behind? In our era, the 4 mainlands were destroyed, and not long after they became the 9 mountains and 8 seas, Huiwen came to us one by one and asked us to leave something behind. Old Fu left behind some rune lines and I left behind some wei. As for Xiaoshang, he was the most ruthless and left behind the Sirius stars. Can you control the Sirius stars? Lu Yin nodded. Chapter 21-24. The mist ancestor looked at Lu Yin in amazement. Not bad, how did you do it? That's not easy to control. He himself said that the art of Sirius needs to be cultivated to the 6th level. Normally speaking, only half progenitors can reach the 6th level. The Sirius technique might not be very powerful, but it's very difficult to cultivate and takes up a lot of time. Lu Yin laughed dryly as he was not afraid of wasting time. Right, what did you say he left behind? Did my Lu family's ancestor leave anything behind? He did, the mist ancestor replied. A general appointment platform. Lu Yin was shocked. A general appointment platform? The mist ancestor nodded. He left behind a general appointment platform that can summon progenitors. I don't know how he did it. It's clearly an innate gift, but it actually took on a physical form. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. A general appointment platform, a general appointment platform. Right, a general appointment platform. He had always had one. No, the Hall of Honor had always had one. When the 6th mainland had invaded, the Hall of Honor had used it to confer titles. Was that a hidden power that Lu Tianyi had left behind for the 5th mainland? Then why hadn't Elder Chan used it? No wonder that old brat kept asking about the general appointment platform. That thing is a treasure left behind by Lu Tianyi, Kui Luo scolded. Lu Bujing looked at Lu Yin and solemnly said, in the 20 years that you disappeared, Elder Chan looked for the general appointment platform. I didn't understand why the main family's innate gift had taken on a physical form, nor did I know how he planned to use it, but he really did care about it. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Elder Chan had always recognized the general appointment platform. His 3 young ancestral qi came from the Lu family, so how could he not recognize it? Then why had he used it to confer titles? At that time, the general appointment platform had almost been taken to the 6th mainland. The Hall of Honor had given it to Lu Yin without any hesitation. Strange, what was Elder Chan thinking? Senior, do you know how to use the general appointment platform left behind by Lu Tianyi? Lu Yin asked. The mist ancestor was calm. If you don't know, how would I know? Lu Yin was helpless. Forget it, he would put this matter aside for now. He would ask Elder Chan about it later. If you can borrow Xiaoshang's power, you might be able to save me. However, this is within the mirror and this mirror was created by me, so it can't connect to the stars. If Xiaoshang's power can't save me, it'll be troublesome, the fog ancestor muttered to herself. Lu Yin asked, Senior, you mentioned that the 5th mainland has 14 progenitors. Are there really that many? Senior, how many progenitors were there in the 6th mainland back then? Senior, why did Ancestor Qin burn Ancestor Nan? Senior, it was not easy to encounter a living fossil, and it was even a progenitor, so Lu Yin had endless questions to ask. The mist ancestor was finally annoyed. Go ask someone else. I don't have time to waste with you. It wasn't easy for me to come out and I still want to take a breather. How annoying. After saying that, he disappeared. Lu Yin hurriedly led the others out, and they saw the mist ancestor stretching lazily in outer space. He had a look of enjoyment on his face. How comfortable. The group stood not too far away from the mist ancestor and watched her. Lu Yin glanced at the mirror. Could the mist ancestor leave the mirror now? At that moment, the mist ancestor's gaze swept over and landed on Lu Yin. So young yet so long-winded. You're like an old man. Lu Yin felt awkward. Senior, the Daoist sect collapsed, and the Lu family and the other primeval surnames all went to the cosmic tree realm. The fifth mainland lacks too much history. There are many things that we don't know about. It's not easy to meet Senior, so I don't have the patience to talk to you. History is history and there's no point in knowing about it. What you need to do now is cultivate until you reach the progenitor realm. Then release me. With your innate gift, you'll definitely be able to break into the progenitor realm and you won't be weak after that. Lu Yin was modest. How can this junior compare to Senior? Senior is one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The mist ancestor's eyes lit up. You're good with words, but you can't compare to me. Even if you're invincible among your peers, your strength after breaking into the progenitor realm will depend on your own comprehension. A progenitor who can't create his own cultivation system isn't worthy of being considered a progenitor and can only be considered a beginner. When you attacked the mist, I could sense that your strength is extraordinarily great. Lu Bujing and Kuei Luo had strange looks on their faces. Lu Yin? Inferior? What extraordinarily great strength. That was just one of his strengths. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Senior, how strong are you now? The mist ancestor glanced at Lu Yin. At most, I can display the strength of a first tribulation origin cultivator. Lu Yin understood. No wonder the mist ancestor couldn't see through him. If he could display the strength of a progenitor, then he wouldn't have said that. Lu Yin had grasped so much strength that even he couldn't handle it. What's with that expression? Don't think that just because you can borrow Xiaoshang's strength that you're amazing. The serious technique is just a part of Xiaoshang's strength. We progenitors create our own cultivation systems, so we can't be too single-minded in our cultivation. We have to research other strengths, and only the ones we create are most suitable for us. For example, I can create emissaries with my own strength. Can those progenitors who can't create their own strength do the same? Impossible. The mist ancestor was pleased. Lu Yin was stunned as he thought that he had misheard. Senior, did you just say that you can create emissaries? What do you mean? Lu Bujing, Kuei Luo and the rest were stunned as well. Create emissaries? They were confused as well. The mist ancestor explained, literally speaking, I can use my own strength to replace the human body's meridians and astral origin cyclones. I can even replace the inner world one day and create a half-martial progenitor. What's wrong with that? Fold Fu wanted to. He could also use his rune lines to create a group of experts out of nothing. Xiaoshang could use the Sirius technique to replace the various Sirius stars. This is normal. Lu Bujing said, that's right. That's an extreme powerhouse in the progenitor realm. He can change the world and create all things. In our era, the 3 realms, 6 Daos and even the 9 mountains and 8 seas could do it. An extreme powerhouse. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and took out the frozen Ming Yen from his cosmic ring. He looked at the mist ancestor expectantly. Senior, can you save her? The mist ancestor looked at the frozen Ming Yen and was astonished. What a chilling power. He then looked at Ming Yen and shook his head. I can only use the power of a single origin tribulation and I can't even tell how injured she is. I can't save her. Lu Yin was disappointed as only an extreme powerhouse could save Ming Yen. If Senior escapes, can you save her? Of course. I'm one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The mist ancestor was confident. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It was impossible for him to break through the fog with his current cultivation. There were no progenitors and even if there were, they might not be able to surpass the mist ancestor. The only thing he could think of was that needle. When Tiando had given it to him, he had said that the needle had killed a half-step progenitor. Lu Yin had also used it to heavily injure Wang Si and threaten the Forgotten Ruins god. This was also the reason why he had taken it back from Leng Qing. The needle's power had not reached its limit yet, but if it continued to increase, then it might be possible. Suddenly Lu Yin thought of something and he slapped his head. How could he have forgotten about that? He pressed a hand against the mirror and entered it. He then took out a pair of slippers from his cosmic ring. That's right, these were the slippers. He had obtained this item by rolling his die. He had thought that it was trash, but not only had he not been able to destroy it, but he had also been able to whip the ancestral tortoise up and down. It was definitely not simple. Holding the slippers, Lu Yin approached the fog step by step. At this moment the mist ancestor entered as well. When he saw Lu Yin approaching the fog with the slippers, he was stunned. What are you doing? Lu Yin replied, whipping it. The Mist Ancestor's expression changed and he angrily rebuked, "Rude Junior, who are you trying to whip with the slippers?" Lu Yin replied, "These aren't just any slippers. They're very powerful. You're not allowed to whip them." The Mist Ancestor grew anxious and blocked the fog while glaring hatefully at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was speechless and smiled bitterly. "Senior, this is an external item but it looks like a slipper." The Mist Ancestor gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Yin. "It's a slipper. There are footprints on it. It's disgusting. You're not allowed to touch my way with it." "Senior, this really is an external item and it's from outside the progenitor realm. This junior once used it to whip a progenitor," Lu Yin vowed. The Mist Ancestor was shocked. "Whip a progenitor? Who?" "Secret progenitor," Lu Yin replied. The Mist Ancestor was confused. "What secret progenitor?" "A mutant. Right, he might not be a progenitor from that era, but he definitely survived from that era." "Senior, you don't know him but he definitely knows you. He's one of the 6th mainland's only surviving progenitor, but he betrayed humanity." This junior whipped his head. Lu Yin clenched his fists and spoke with confidence. The Mist Ancestor blinked. Being able to whip a progenitor meant that it was a power vessel that possessed the power of a progenitor. However, she could not help but look at the 5 black toe prints on the slippers, which were extremely glaring. "It's fine to use it but just wash it clean." Lu Yin pursed his lips and the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He walked past the Mist Ancestor and arrived in front of the fog. The Mist Ancestor could only display the strength of a first tribulation cultivator, so how could he block Lu Yin? The Mist Ancestor watched as Lu Yin raised his hand, tightened his grip on the slippers and whipped them down. The Mist Ancestor's face paled, not because he was afraid of the slippers, but because they were too disgusting. The slippers viciously slammed into the fog, tearing a huge hole in it like a sharp sword. Although it still could not break through the fog, it had forcefully raised the Mist Ancestor's cultivation from a first tribulation cultivator to a half-step progenitor. The fog represented the Mist Ancestor's strength, and the strength that the Mist Ancestor had displayed represented the extent to which the fog had been broken through. Lu Bujing Kue Luo. And that needle had only been able to force the Mist Ancestor to reveal the strength of a first tribulation cultivator. This did not mean that the Mist Ancestor could defeat them at a first tribulation cultivator, as it would consume some of his strength. However, the slippers had forced the Mist Ancestor to reveal the strength of a half-step progenitor. The difference between the two was huge. Lu Yin raised the slippers again but it was useless. The fog could no longer be torn apart, and the slippers' power had already reached its peak. Lu Yin put the slippers away and turned back to look at the Mist Ancestor. The Mist Ancestor glared at him as if he wanted to eat him alive. It was filled with dignity and disdain. You dare to touch my way with such a dirty thing? You're too rude, Junior." The Mist Ancestor was so angry that he almost attacked. Lu Yin hurriedly apologized. "Senior, this junior had no choice. This really isn't a slipper but a progenitor's power vessel. Why don't you take a closer look?" "No need." The Mist Ancestor's expression grew even more disdainful. Chapter 21-25. Lu Yin relaxed. Although he hadn't been able to free the Mist Ancestor, these slippers were much more useful than needles. If he really couldn't do anything, he could try to find more resources to upgrade them. But then again, which idiot had created these slippers? In particular, those 5 black footprints made him feel disgusted. He felt like he was picking his feet. As a half-ancestor, as long as he didn't mention the slippers, the Mist Ancestor was much more relaxed. "Junior, take me on a tour of the universe. It's been so long and I don't even know what the universe has become. We can also look for the mountain and sea realm." "Are you looking for your own inheritance?" Lu Yin asked. The Mist Ancestor nodded and seemed a little melancholy. "That's my home," Lu Yin replied. "All right, but can you give me some time to deal with some miscellaneous matters?" The Mist Ancestor replied, "As you wish. I'm very curious about the outside world. You can deal with your matters and I'll take a look. You said that you're a newly established Dao disciple of the Heavens sect and that you can command the 5th mainland. From you I can understand the 5th mainland." Over the next few days, Lu Yin brought the Mist Ancestor to wander between the Heavens sect and Earth. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Lu Yin understood the Mist Ancestor better. She didn't hide anything and her personality was completely exposed. It was only then that Lu Yin understood what Yun Tingting had meant. The Misty Cloud Sect's ancestor had recorded that the Mist ancestor's greatest trait was her infatuation. At the time, Lu Yin had wondered what kind of infatuation it was, but now he knew. It was her infatuation with the power that she had created. No matter what she saw in the outside world, she would associate it with micro. She had once said that she could use micro to replace a person's meridians and astral vortices to create emissaries. Lu Yin hadn't believed her at the time, but now he did. This woman had used micro to raise an ordinary person to the level of an enlighter. She had used micro to replace that person's meridians and circulate star energy, causing that person to transform overnight. Although the meridians that micro had replaced would gradually disappear, it would still last for a few days. According to the Mist ancestor, when she was at her peak, she could create emissaries. Her mountain and sea realm had no servants, and she didn't need any since all of them were puppets at the level of emissaries. Regardless of whether they were humans, beasts, or anything else, micro could form an astral vortex within their bodies. This was a very terrifying use of micro. In Lu Bujing's words, the fog ancestor was a giant even in the above heaven era. Aside from her infatuation, there was something else about this woman that Lu Yin could not stand, which was that she especially liked to be praised. In other words, she liked to be flattered. Lu Yin was currently speaking to her, and his words were subconsciously filled with praise. The more he praised her, the happier she was, and the happier she was, the more likely she would tell Lu Yin about the Daoist sect's era. For example, old ancestor Lu Tianyi had beaten up by Wang Yuan of the cold Immortal sect several times. The symbol ancestor was a late bloomer cultivator. When Ancestor Qin, Ancestor Hui, and the others became famous in the Fifth Mainland, the symbol ancestor was still diligently copying books in a sect. Ancestor Ku also had a woman he liked, but he never expressed it. Ancestor Qin, Xiaoshang, and Wang Xiaoyu also had feelings for each other. That idiot Xiaoshang is too infatuated. He even has the sentiments of a poet. Looking at the falling rain and red flowers all day long, he's sick, the Mist ancestor said in disdain, his tone full of resentment. This woman couldn't possibly like progenitor Qin, could she? What's with that look? Let me tell you, the fact that you're cultivating Xiaoshang's power makes me very unhappy. Watch your words when you speak to me, the Mist ancestor said as she glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly flattered her. This junior understands. Actually, with senior's unrivaled strength, you should have been an all-powerful figure in that era, and you should have been a goddess in the hearts of countless people. Right? Ancestor Ku might have liked senior, but he didn't dare to say it out loud because of his inferiority complex. The Mist ancestor's eyes lit up and she slapped her head. That's right, why didn't I think of that? No wonder Wuxia always had such a serious expression whenever I saw him. I felt like he was hiding something back then. Lu Yin hurriedly took advantage of the situation. You're right, Ancestor Wuxia did like you, but he felt inferior and didn't dare to say it out loud. But don't underestimate him. Wuxia, Xiaoshang, Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan are all from the same generation, and their age gap shouldn't be too great. That era was filled with dazzling talents, and they all stood out after becoming progenitors. There were also many other geniuses, but from what I know, most of them were beaten up by Wuxia, including your Lu family's direct descendant, especially that tsundere named Lu Jian. Something like that happened. Lu Yin was curious, as even the Ku family knew very little about Ancestor Ku's experiences. The Mist ancestor nodded. Think about it. Everyone is a genius, and they're all outstanding talents of their generation in the Daoist sect. They compete with each other and know each other's backgrounds. Xiaoshang is like a bright moon in the sky and no one can match him. By Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, Lu Jian and a few others are right behind him, and they aren't that far behind. Old Fu is just a good for nothing and he's still bitterly studying poetry. Only Wuxia has been silently chasing after him. Who would dare to challenge him? Huiwen is especially sinister and she's always making sarcastic remarks. She said that there are only a few people whom she acknowledges and Wuxia is one of them. At that time she angered a group of people and they all challenged Wuxia to a duel. In the end no one said anything and Wuxia didn't say anything either. But from then on, everyone avoided Wuxia whenever they saw him. If you ask me, if Wuxia hadn't kept such a low profile, he would have stolen some of Xiaoshang's limelight. Lu Yin hurriedly asked, did progenitor Qin fight with Ancestor Ku? The Mist ancestor thought about it for a moment. I think so. Even if they did fight, it would be a secret. Xiaxia doesn't like to publicize his own trivial matters, and Wuxia is someone who can't be beaten into a pulp. Even if the two of them fought, no one would know. At that time, Xiaxia's most eye-catching matter was that he was being hunted down by the Daoist sect. He cultivated 9 clones and one of them actually became a giant. The Lu family was furious and Lu Tianyi gave the order to capture Xiaxia. However, the seniors were not allowed to interfere as no one in the same generation could capture Xiaxia. Listening to the mist ancestor talk about the Daoist sect's era was rather interesting, and it was like listening to a story. Gradually, Lu Yin wasn't the only one who was listening. Kui Luo, Lu Bujing, Ku Wei and the others also came over. Even Silver came over with a smile on his face. These days lasted for half a month and Lu Yin and the others learned quite a bit about the Daoist sect's era. It was only when Aurora Fort arrived that the peace was broken. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Zhidong saw Lu Yin and hurriedly bowed. Beside him Zhidong bowed as well. Greetings, Alliance Leader. There were quite a few people who addressed Lu Yin as Alliance Leader now, and they were all veterans of the Great Eastern Alliance. As for the newcomers, they usually addressed Lu Yin as Dozi. Lu Yin still preferred it when others addressed him as Alliance Leader. Long time no see, Zhidong. Zhidong sighed. It's been 20 years but Alliance Leader hasn't changed at all. You're still so young. Lu Yin smiled. I didn't just pass through 20 years. I traveled through time. Zhidong and Zhidong's eyes widened. They had never heard of such a thing and not many people in the current universe knew about it. Alliance Leader, what do you mean by that? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I believe that your Aurora Corporation must have studied time and space. I traveled through time for 20 years, which means that from Zhidong's perspective, it's been 20 years since we last met, but from my perspective, it's only been half a year. Zhidong was shocked. Alliance Leader traveled through time for 20 years? How did you do it? I'll tell you as we walk. Lu Yin laughed. He wasn't showing off, but he had to announce to the world about the progenitor's sword. He was the true successor of the Above Heaven sect, and he was the primogenitor's successor. Those half-ancestors all knew about the progenitor's sword, so there was no need to hide it. Furthermore, on the 5th mainland, unless the 7 sky gods descended, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Even if the 6th mainland's 3 ancestors were still around, he was confident that he could deal with them with Progenitor Chen's strength. Progenitor Chen's unparalleled strength had given him a lot of confidence. This was also the reason why Xiaji had placed his hopes of reaching the progenitor realm on Progenitor Chen. He didn't believe that Progenitor Chen would lose, and he had always believed that he was Progenitor Chen's descendant. He had also cultivated the 9 clones, the serious technique and Progenitor Chen's swordsmanship. How could he lose? However, Lu Yin had broken through to become an envoy and defeated Progenitor Chen at the same time, which was a huge blow to Xiaji. This was the reason why he and Lu Yin were irreconcilable enemies. As they walked through Aurora Fort, Lu Yin commented, "This place hasn't changed much." Zhidong replied, "The 3 ultimates aren't too harsh on Aurora Fort as long as we promise to hand over the microarray weapons on time." Lu Yin smiled. "Are you reminding me, Zhidong?" Zhidong hurriedly replied, "I wouldn't dare." Not long after, Lu Yin met the Aurora Company's chief consultant, Biao Zi. He was the one who had created the first combined microarray universal armor. Other than him, there were also Master Xian Wangong, the flame engineer, and the others. It had been 20 years since they had last met, and some of them had aged while others remained the same. "You've worked hard, Master," Lu Yin said to Master Xian. It had only been 20 years, which wasn't too long for cultivators, but Master Xian had clearly aged a lot. Although his face had aged, his spirit was still quite good. Master Xian smiled. "It's not hard at all. I've had a very fulfilling time." Lu Yin was puzzled and looked at Zhidong. Zhidong gestured for Lu Yin to follow him to the deepest part of Aurora Fort. Alliance Master, aside from creating microarrays, Master Xian's most important task is to research and combine microarrays. This is also his interest. Otherwise, how would our Aurora Company be able to hire a Realm Yuan Formation Master? Lu Yin was astonished. Combine microarrays? Zhidong solemnly replied, "This was suggested by Sect Master Hen Exen." Do you know why Sect Master Hen Exen insisted on bringing Aurora Company to the 3 Ultimate Sky Gate? It's because someone proposed the concept of microarrays during the Above Heaven Sect's era and even combined microarrays. Lu Yin immediately thought of Bai Xiaohong's sky-splitting microarray. Wan Gong had been able to create microarrays because of that, and that was a true microarray. At the time, Lu Yin had wondered if the frigid Immortal sect had already created microarrays. However, after the expeditionary army had been captured, Lu Yin had sent people to investigate. He had also asked Yu Qin, Lu Xiaoga, Elder Shizi and the others, but none of them knew anything about microarrays. Although he wasn't sure if the frigid Immortal sect had one, Lu Yin was certain that someone had created one before this era. You're saying that Hen Xian understands microarrays? Lu Yin asked solemnly. Chapter 21-26. Zhidong nodded. Yes, and he proposed the concept of combining microarrays. He's also certain that it's a technology that can change an era. He's more confident than anyone else. Lu Yin understood. It seemed that the concept of microarrays had already appeared during the Above Heaven sect's era. Take me to see the research on combining microarrays. Tell me in detail what Henshin proposed, Lu Yin said. At that moment, the mist ancestor appeared beside him. Wherever Lu Yin went, he carried the mirror with him so that the mist ancestor could appear at any time. Although he no longer had any privacy, it wasn't a bad idea to have a half-ancestor by his side at all times. Even though she was a half-ancestor, Lu Bujing and the others were definitely not her match in a real fight. Zhidong and the rest were stunned when they saw the mist ancestor appear. All around, the Aurora Fort's cultivators were on high alert, but when they saw the mist ancestor, they were intimidated by her might and subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at her. Lu Yin waved a hand. She's one of us. Zhidong seemed to wake up from a dream and hurriedly ordered the cultivators around him to leave. He was also shocked as he had subconsciously lowered his head. Who was this woman? Zhidong also reacted and couldn't help but look at the mist ancestor again. He could only see her side profile, but he was mesmerized. She was too beautiful, too beautiful. Her temperament was something that no one dared to profane. The mist ancestor looked around and her eyes lit up. Is this the place that represents the Fifth Mainland's most advanced technology? Lu Yin nodded. That's right. Next we'll be looking at a technology that transcends eras. Senior, are you interested? Of course, Huiwen loves to fiddle with these things. I've seen him do it before. Lu Yin had Zhidong lead the way. Zhidong was confused. Alliance Master, who is this senior? The greatest goddess under the heavens, Lu Yin replied. Zhidong, Master Xian and the rest were stunned. Even the mist ancestor was stunned. The greatest goddess under the heavens? The mist ancestor looked at Lu Yin in admiration. It was a very apt description. Lu Yin had thought about this for a long time, and his inspiration had come from Ku Wei. That guy had once flattered him and even said that he was the greatest god under the heavens, which made Lu Yin feel ashamed. However, it seemed to be very useful to the mist ancestor. The mist ancestor found Lu Yin more and more pleasing to the eye. How's your progress with the micro-attraction technique? Lu Yin smiled. I'm training right now. Work hard. If you want to become an ancestor, you need to gather the strengths of everyone, observe and comprehend all kinds of powers. Only then will you be able to break through to the ancestor realm naturally. It's very difficult to break through to the ancestor realm by focusing on one power, unless you become numb to it, the mist ancestor reminded. Lu Yin hurriedly agreed. Chairman Ji gulped. Who was this woman? She talked about becoming an ancestor and breaking the ancestor. Was she an ancestor? How could that be? The blood ancestor was the only progenitor in this universe. This woman was too arrogant. However, when he looked at Lu Yin, he realized that he had never seen Lu Yin so obedient to anyone before. What Lu Yin had done just now could be considered as flattery. With Lu Yin's current status, there shouldn't be anyone who needed him to flatter other than a progenitor. Could he really be an ancestor realm expert? The more he thought about it, the more Dong Zhi felt that it was possible. If it really was an ancestor realm expert, he glanced at young Master Zhi. Wouldn't it be great if he could accept his son as a disciple? Only then did he realize that Xi Xiao was staring at the mist ancestor's profile with infatuation. Chairman Zhi panicked. He deliberately slowed down and stepped on young Master Zhi's foot. Only then did young Master Zhi come to his senses. He looked at Chairman Zhi's back in confusion. Lu Yin was very clear about the father and son's actions, but he didn't pay much attention to them. For most people, seeing the mist ancestor would intimidate them and make them feel ashamed of their own inferiority. By the time they recovered, they would be infatuated. There was no helping it, as the mist ancestor was just too beautiful. Just as she had said, she was indeed beautiful, and she attracted countless gazes. Not long after, under Chairman Ji's lead, the group arrived at the deepest part of the Aurora stronghold. They saw a field of technology that was filled with fantasies. There they saw people staring at screens and studying, constantly calculating and experimenting. As far as the eye could see, Lu Yin could only tell that the screens were microarrays. He couldn't understand anything else. This was especially true when one microarray was combined with another. All sorts of data were displayed on the screens, and it was enough to make anyone confused. The mist ancestor was similarly confused. She liked to study microarrays as they were a power that she had created. As for other things, she didn't understand them. Microarrays could replace meridians and astral energy cyclones. In essence, microarrays belonged to the field of biotechnology. However, she couldn't understand what was happening in front of her at all. Alliance leader, the most commonly used microarray weapon is a single microarray combined with the pyrolite. Even a normal person can use a microarray weapon to deal with an explorer, Chairman Ji explained. The mist ancestor was disdainful, as she could create envoys. However, if the amount of pyrolite is increased, then the power will be different. At most, it can reach the destructive power of an enlighter. Lu Yin frowned. Wasn't it able to reach the enlighter realm back then? Zhidong replied, even enlighters have different levels of power, and the power of microarrays has doubled. Lu Yin replied, Chairman Ji, are you trying to trick me? 1 gram of pyrolite is equivalent to a destructive power level of 10,000. A microarray can already display the destructive power of an enlighter, and with the addition of pyrolite, is it difficult to double the power? What if the amount of pyrolite is only a few grams? Chairman Ji asked. Lu Yin raised his brows. Are you saying that just a few grams of pyrolite can double the destructive power of a microarray? Chairman Ji nodded. To create a complete microarray weapon, materials and sourcebox arrays are all indispensable. The materials here are not only the bark of the mother tree used to create the microarray, but also the materials used to carry the pyrolite. Chairman Ji explained a lot. If it had been anyone else, he would not have explained everything in detail, but he could only do so in front of Lu Yin. Back when he had faced Hen Xin, he had explained everything slowly, but Hen Xin had only brought up concepts that Zhidong himself did not understand. However, after he had brought them up, Aurora Fort had been able to create a combination microarray based on these concepts. Times had changed, and some of the things that could be achieved by modern technology could also be achieved by the ancient people. A single microarray weapon is different from a combination microarray. The combination of microarrays depends on the compatibility of the sourcebox arrays. It's equivalent to combining 2 sourcebox arrays and combining them with technological means to release pyrolite. This is very precise, and we lost more than 100 people when we created the 3-array combination due to a mistake. Master Xian was also injured when we created the 5-array combination. What combination microarrays can you create at most? Lu Yin asked. Chairman Ji answered solemnly. The 5-array combination was proposed by Sect Master Hen Xin. He used his memory to record the words of a microarray master from the era of the Above Sky sect, which allowed us to create the 5-array combination in a short 20 years. Its power. At this point, Chairman Ji's gaze turned cold. It's enough to threaten more than 500,000 emissaries. The mist ancestor was similarly disdainful. Emissaries? She could create her own when she was at her peak. The mist ancestor did not care, but Lu Yin was excited. It can threaten emissaries? Can the 5-array combination be mass-produced? Chairman Ji was put in a difficult position. There's too little production staff, and it's not easy to mass-produce it. We're thinking of ways to create an assembly line, but lock breakers are scarce, and it's difficult to replenish them. That's not all. Our most important task right now is to research the 28-array combination. Once it's completed, it will become an extremely powerful weapon. Lu Yin did not understand. You want to jump from a 5-array combination to a 28-array combination? Master Xian interjected. Alliance leader, the difficulty of a combination is not dependent on quantity, but rather on compatibility. For example, we can already create a 5-array combination, but it's difficult for us to create a 2-array combination or a 4-array combination. As for a 28-array combination, It's theoretically the closest compatibility to a 5-array combination. Lu Yin nodded. If we can research it, how powerful will it be? Chairman Ji straightened his back. A destructive power level of over 1,000,000. Lu Yin was shocked. Are you sure? A power level of 500,000 was on a completely different level from a power level of over 1,000,000. The mist ancestor grew serious for the first time as she looked at Chairman Ji. These ordinary cultivators were actually able to research a weapon with a power level of over 1,000,000? A power level of over 1,000,000 was equivalent to a 6th tribulation cultivator. Even during the Daoist sect's era, there weren't many such experts. From his tone, it seemed like such a weapon could be mass-produced, which was quite terrifying. It was even more difficult than creating an emissary. Research and manufacturing depends on compatibility and power, but quantity is more important. Chairman Ji explained, 28 arrays are far more powerful than 5 arrays. Of course, the cost is also incomparable to 5 arrays. 1,000,000 is just a conservative estimate. If the materials used are strengthened, the amount of pyrolite used will increase, and the destructive power will increase. Lu Yin was filled with anticipation. The 5th mainland's lack of mother tree barks made it difficult to create microarrays, and there weren't many lockbreakers involved. If they could establish a connection with the cosmic tree, then there would be an endless supply of mother tree barks. Hurry up and research the 28-array combination. Tell me what you lack and I'll try my best to satisfy you. Master Xian immediately replied, lack of lockbreakers. Lack of technological talents. Lack of materials. The last 2 were provided by Chairman Ji and Wan Gong, and the 3 of them spoke of 3 problems. Lu Yin took out his wireless goo and contacted Heavenly Master Xiao and Scribe. Ever since he had become a Dao disciple, he had obtained the contact information of all the important figures in the 5th mainland, and Heavenly Master Xiao and Scribe was naturally the most important. Although lockbreakers had not been of much use in the 5th mainland's war, they had contributed to the construction of sourcebox arrays and lock-breaking. As for Heavenly Master Xiao and Scribe, Lu Yin had already asked Elder Chan about it. As a Heavenly Master Xiao and Scribe generally did not know how to fight. However, if he did, he would not be weak. Even if he could not reach the level of senior brother Qing Ping, who could challenge a half-step ancestor, he would still be able to put up a fight. In the current 5th mainland, Heavenly Master Xiao and Scribe was definitely the #1 expert in lock-breaking and sourcebox arrays, surpassing even the upper sage Heavenly Master. Lu Yin. Heavenly Master Xiao and Scribe's voice rang out. Lu Yin replied, Heavenly Master Xiao, long time no see. How have you been? Within the lockbreaker realm of the Neoverse Universe's glory realm, Xiao and Scribe replied, I've been doing well. You're looking for me because you want to merge the Lockbreaker Society with the Above Heaven sect, right? Sect Master Lu came looking for me and said that he wanted to merge it with the back garden. Lu Yin solemnly replied, the human race has been fragmented for too long. If not for the threat of the Eternals, the human race would not have been able to unite for the past 20 years. The scattered human domain would have long since been ruled by the Eternals. Chapter 21-27. When he heard Lu Yin's words, Xiaoming replied, I know and I didn't refuse. The Lockbreaker Society was originally a subordinate organization of the Hall of Honor, and it was managed by the Hall of Honor. It's just that it's been replaced by the Celestial Sect. It's good that you understand, Lu Yin said. Xiaoming asked, then what do you have to say about the Lockbreaker Society? Lu Yin smiled. Of course it's going to be harder on you. Nominally, this place belongs to the Celestial Sect, but in reality it's going to be run the same as before. However, there are still some things that require the Lockbreaker Society's assistance, such as the creation and research of microarray technology. Aha, I knew you were looking for me for something. Microarray technology? Back then, Sect Master Scarred Heart sought me out as well, but because of the threat of the Eternals, we needed lockbreakers to maintain the sourcebox arrays everywhere, so I couldn't spare anyone. Now that the threat of the Eternals is gone, I can transfer some people over to study the sourcebox, Xiaoming said. Jidong, Master Xian and the others all relaxed when they heard this. With the Lockbreaker Society sending someone over, their research progress would definitely be sped up. By the way, how far have you progressed in your research on the combined microarray? Xiaoming asked. Lu Yin replied, 28 array formation. Across from him, Xiaoming was shocked. 28 formations? So many. Director Xi and the others said that the compatibility is the highest, which is why I've jumped from 5 to 28 arrays. Xiaoming was silent for a moment before replying, interesting. Give me the information and I'll take a look. Master Xian was excited. President, do you want to take a look? Lu Yin nodded. Although he had contacted Xiaoming, he had only wanted to ask a few Duan Array Masters or Realm Yuan Array Masters to help him with his research. He had never thought that Celestial Master Xiaoming would be interested. After all, Celestial Master Xiaoming was a Celestial Master, and even if Lu Yin could borrow Progenitor Chen's power to suppress the Fifth Mainland, he still respected such a person. Regardless of whether it was a Celestial Inscriptionist or a half-martial ancestor, they could not use their strength to forcefully suppress Progenitor Chen. Otherwise, they would lose the hearts of the people. Lu Yin did not lose himself in Progenitor Chen's power. Of course, it would be best if Heavenly Master Xiao was willing to take the initiative to study the 28 formations. Alright, I'll get Director Xi and the rest to send the information to the Heavenly Master. On the other side, Master Xian was excited. With the addition of Heavenly Master Xiao, he didn't know how much faster the research on the 28 formations would be. The two of them weren't on the same level at all. After contacting Heavenly Master Xiao Tianshi, Lu Yin turned around and contacted the technocracy. In the past 20 years, the Sixth Mainland had tried to contact the technocracy, hoping that the two sides could work together to deal with the Eternals. However, the technocracy had not made a move. Lu Yin was contacting the wireless goo that the Sixth Mainland had sent to the technocracy. Soon the wireless goo replied, "Who is it?" Lu Yin. The wireless goo did not move, but after a while it moved. "I am Senior." Lu Yin was not surprised. "Long time no see, Academy Master Senior. Alliance Master Lu. No, I should call you Daozi now." "Daozi of the Above Heavens sect," Academy Master Sun replied. "Are you aware of what's happening in the human domain, Academy Master Sun?" "Of course," Dean Sun replied. "Since that's the case, I'll be frank. What exactly is the technocracy?" When he asked this question, he avoided Xi Dong and the others, leaving only the Mist Ancestor by his side. Wu Ancestor looked at Wireless Goo curiously. Alliance leader Lu should have guessed it already. "I can guess a little, but I want to hear it from Headmaster Senior." Ancestor Hui left it behind to gather resources to deal with the Eternals, Dean Sun replied without hesitation. Lu Yin nodded. The endless mechanical ants had come from the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Tree domain. The technocracy had deliberately created a civil war between the Sixth Mainland and the Astral Tree domain to obtain materials to create mechanical ants. This was also Ancestor Hui's doing. The Sixth Mainland and the Astral Tree domain both disagreed with the idea of mass production of mechanical ants, and even the Hall of Honor was the first to disagree. After all, the technocracy was also at war with the human domain. Huiwen left it behind. The Mist Ancestor was surprised. Lu Yin explained, "Back then the Sixth Mainland won the decisive battle against the Fifth Mainland and changed the Fifth Mainland's fate. Ancestor Hui schemed against the Sixth Mainland and caused the Sixth Mainland to suffer the consequences. The technocracy was also left behind by Ancestor Hui, and it specialized in gathering materials to create mechanical ants to fight against the Eternals. Unfortunately, there weren't enough of them and they couldn't win against the Eternals." The Mist Ancestor sneered. Huiwen wasn't good at cultivation and she had a lot of weird ideas. She liked to fool people. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Weird ideas? It was because of these weird ideas that the Fifth Mainland was in its current state. If not for Huiwen, the human domain would have been destroyed long ago. Of course, Lu Yin didn't say this. The Mist Ancestor and Huiwen were from the same generation, and they were both from the 9 Mountains and 8 Seas. Their statuses were similar, so it wasn't Lu Yin's place to interrupt. Lu Yin replied, "Huiwen left the technocracy behind to deal with the Eternals. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough." "We did our best," Academy Master Sun replied. Lu Yin replied, "I know. Now that the purpose of your existence has been exposed, what do you plan to do next? You won't be able to obtain materials from the Sixth Mainland, and you won't be able to obtain materials from the Astral Tree domain due to the destruction of the new Void Corridor." Academy Master Sun didn't reply. After a while, Lu Yin replied, "I need your support. If everything goes well, it will be a very good weapon against the Eternals in the future." "What is it?" Academy Master Sun asked. Lu Yin replied, "Microarray weapons. I'm currently researching a 28 array combination. Once it's successful and mass-produced, it will be beneficial to the Eternals on the battlefield. I need your top technology and materials. No problem, Academy Masterson replied quickly. But it won't be for free. Lu Ying replied, I know. The materials that the human domain doesn't use will be shipped to the technocracy. I can also tell you that you can use the excuse of killing me to get materials from the astral tree. This is a much better excuse than your internal conflict. That's a good excuse. I'll definitely scold you when the time comes, Academy Masterson replied with a hint of humor. Lu Ying hadn't expected this side of Academy Master Senator, although he knew that the technocracy was left behind by Hui Wen. How had he done it? How had he created Academy Master Sin and Half Moon City Lord? Lu Ying didn't know anything about Academy Master Sin either. What were Half Moon City Lords? Technological creatures? Or something else? You can scold me, but you'll have to give me some benefits, Lu Ying joked. Academy Masterson replied, I'll give you all of the star essence in the technocracy. Lu Ying had only been joking, but he hadn't expected such a response. He was shocked. All of it? Why? Academy Masterson replied, with the disappearance of the star source, you humans have lost the power that you rely on the most. Even if you have a new power to replace it, you'll still need to use it. These star essences are useless to us, so I'll give them to you. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. 20 years ago, when he had been dealing with the Eternals, the city had basically merged with the Genesis Court. Academy Masterson wasn't just talking about the Genesis Court star essence, but also the entire technocracy's star essence. Lu Yin gulped. How much? We haven't calculated the exact amount, but I'll have someone ship it to you in batches. First, I'll give you the star essence from the Genesis Court. There should be around 200 billion of them. We'll also give you the star essence from the city and other places in the technocracy. Altogether, there should be around 1 trillion cubes. The technocracy doesn't actively collect star essence, and we don't have an economy that uses star essence to trade, so there isn't much. At that moment, Lu Yin's eyes turned green. The fog ancestor blinked and stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person's eyes had changed. Could Lu Yin not change? Oh, he couldn't. If he didn't change, then he would be letting down Academy Masterson's number. Give him 200 billion first? This was something he had only heard in his dreams, but now he was hearing it in real life. 200 billion was close to 1 trillion cubes. What an exaggerated number. He had never received so much money in one go before. Hall Masterson was right, as the technocracy's possession of nearly 1 trillion star essence was not considered much, as that was an entire star domain. However, the technocracy did not need to use star essence, so Lu Yin was already satisfied with the amount that they had. Nearly 1 trillion cubes of star essence was his first thought, and he immediately thought of the slippers and needles. Then he thought of the sticks, the time wood, the myriad beast cage, and so on, especially the slippers and needles. If they could help the fog ancestor escape, then he would be the fog ancestor. At his peak, the fog ancestor had dominated the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he would be able to help the human domain unify the entire 5th mainland. He could explore the astral beast domain and the astral wilderness, and he could even deal with the pressure from the astral tree domain and the hidden dangers of the Starfall Sea. This sum of money was too important to him. When will it be delivered? Lu Yin asked anxiously, as he rarely lost his composure. Academy Masterson replied, as soon as possible. Lu Yin replied, the research on the 28 array combination microarray is very important, so please send someone over as soon as possible. Our imprint Master Xiao is also participating in the research, and once it's mass-produced, it will be a huge blow to the Eternals. Academy Masterson was shocked. Even the president of your Lockbreaker Society is participating? Alright, I'll send someone over as soon as possible. Lu Yin put away the wireless voodoo, his eyes filled with excitement. The money was coming, a huge amount of money was coming. What's wrong with you? You look very greedy. The fog ancestor was puzzled. Lu Yin looked at the fog ancestor. Senior, you're the greatest goddess in the universe. There's no other. He then happily turned around to look for Zhidong and the others. The fog ancestor was at a loss, as she had been inexplicably praised without any preamble. What did this mean? Not long after, Zhidong and the others grew excited, as Lu Yin had solved 3 of their most difficult problems. Zhidong could not help but guarantee that once these 3 problems were solved, They would definitely be able to create a powerful 28-array combination microarray weapon that would become a killing machine on the battlefield. Aside from looking at the manufacturing and research of the microarray weapon, Lu Ying also saw the Pyrolite ore reserves, Papercuts reserves, and Shamrock Enterprises medicine reserves. All of these resources had been merged into Heaven's Sect's back garden, and they had become the sect's logistical support. Chapter 21-28. The current Heaven's Sect was just a framework. The 8 Heaven's Gates, the 7 half-step ancestors and the Blood Ancestor as well as the Mist Ancestor and Lu Ying who could borrow Progenitor Chen's power, had formed the current 5th mainland, the Human Domain. Although the Human Domain had rebuilt the Heaven's Sect and seemed to be united, there were still many unstable elements within. Regardless of what Hen Xian, Zhu Yi and the others were planning, there were still many hidden troubles. Undying Yushan was one of them, and the fact that Big Sis was the Netherworld ancestor was another. Lu Ying did not know what Fate's daughter was thinking, but there was still an even greater threat, by Wuxian. Outside, the Astral Beast Domain had yet to make a move, and this concerned Lu Ying. He had specifically asked the Mist Ancestor if she knew anything about humanoid source boxes, but her answer had been that she did not know the origins of humanoid source boxes. Lu Ying did not forget that the Astral Beast Domain had always been collecting humanoid source boxes, and he had seen the most humanoid source boxes when the 4th mainland had collapsed. Did these humanoid source boxes have anything to do with the Astral Beast Domain? Lu Ying had used Progenitor Chen's power to suppress the entire 5th mainland and look down on everything. However, even he could not clearly see the undercurrents hidden within this continent. Since he could not see them clearly, then he would not bother. No matter what kind of undercurrents were hidden within, Lu Ying was confident that he could control the 5th mainland unless someone surpassed Progenitor Chen. Under the Mist Ancestor's strong request, Lu Ying brought her to tour the Human Domain. Since the Daoist Sect's era, the 5th mainland had changed greatly, especially in the past 20 years. There were many changes that even Lu Ying was not clear about. The Mist Ancestor wanted to see where she had once been, but whether it was the name or the location, everything might have changed. They arrived at Barred Weave, which was beside the Astral River, and gazed at the Astral River from the darkness of outer space. This is where I started my cultivation. At that time I met my master who was the Daoist Sect's enforcer. From then on my life changed. Now everything has changed and even my hometown no longer exists. They then arrived at the Astral River, which was different from 20 years ago, let alone the Daoist Sect's era. There are too many geniuses and elites in the Daoist Sect. Every domain, every direction and even every family competes with each other. I was brought into the Daoist Sect by my master, and after I became an explorer, the first competition I participated in was Astral River fishing, the Mist Ancestor muttered. Lu Ying listened without interrupting. Fishing in the Milky Way doesn't just depend on one's strength, but also on one's technique and perception of danger. Some people will be dragged into the Milky Way and only be left with a pool of blood, while others will be able to catch the most powerful creatures. I still remember that old Fu stayed by the Milky Way back then and was in charge of handing out fishing rods to people. Who would have thought that he would become the symbol ancestor after so many years? The Mist Ancestor laughed. Lu Ying asked, was the symbol ancestor very mediocre in his youth? The Mist Ancestor nodded. That's right. He's older than all of us and he only became an explorer when he was 100 years old. However, as he progressed his breakthroughs became even faster. There's a saying that he often says. She paused for a moment before continuing with a strange expression. Read more books. Knowledge is power. Lu Ying pursed his lips. Shouldn't that be Patriarch Hui's words? Huiwen likes to say that knowledge is not just power, the Fog Ancestor said. Lu Ying was speechless as that made a lot of sense. Geniuses after geniuses competed with each other for glory. Back then, everyone knew that our generation would usher in a grand event in the 5th mainland, but no one could have imagined that it would be so grand. More than half of the 9 mountains and 8 seas appeared in our generation, and there was even a trader named Xianxia who dominated 2 mountains and 1 sea. During that time Xianxia was synonymous with rebellion. He cultivated the 9 clones and fused with the giant's bloodline. He snuck into the burial garden by himself and even seduced a girl from the Wang family. By the time this matter was exposed, he had already learned the Wang family's oblivion technique and other secret techniques. The Mist Ancestor sighed. Although everyone viewed him as a traitor, It has to be said that he was ruthless and extremely talented. Even ancestor Lu Tianyi couldn't bear to touch him. A few days later, the two of them arrived at the day-night flow zone. During the era of the Daoist sect, this place had been the frigid Immortal sect, but many years later, it had become the Day-Night clan. Now, even the Day-Night clan no longer existed, and only the ruins of the frigid Immortal sect remained hidden. The Mist ancestor looked at the shattered Night King planet. I've been to the frigid Immortal sect before and fought with Bai Wangyuan's junior sister. Back then, the frigid Immortal sect was very low-key. I never expected that they would join forces to banish your Lu family. It's unbelievable that such a colossus like the Lu family could be overthrown. Lu Yin was speechless. The White Dragon's reversal and the four-way scales had overthrown the Lu family, but the Mist ancestor did not believe it. Based on the Mist ancestor's attitude, Lu Yin became increasingly suspicious. If the Lu family could be banished so easily, would it still be the Lu family? How does ancestor Lu Tianyi compare to ancestor Chen? Lu Yin asked. The Mist ancestor shook his head. I don't know. Xianxia is practically invincible in the same realm, but senior Lu Tianyi is unfathomable. It's said that he can even summon progenitors. It's hard to tell who's stronger and who's weaker. That's why I find it so strange. With Xiaxiang's strength, he would have no problem facing Bai Wangyuan and Wang Fan at the same time, so senior Lu Tianyi definitely wouldn't have any problems either. Besides, your Lu family has other progenitors, and with the Lu family's foundation, I can't figure out how the frigid Immortal sect managed to banish you. Right, there's also a legend in your Lu family. Lu Yin could not figure it out either. Perhaps only progenitors like Bai Wangyuan would be able to answer his questions. Let's go and find my mountains and seas. The Mist ancestor sighed. Times had changed and his old home had disappeared. There was no need to wander around anymore. Lu Yin was surprised. You can find them? Of course, they're my mountains and seas, the Mist ancestor said matter-of-factly. After that, the Mist ancestor continued to search for the mountains and seas. The two of them traveled throughout the innerverse and outerverse, even going to the cosmic sea. They even passed by Earth's swamp, where they exchanged glances with Jue. Jue was shocked by the Mist ancestor's existence, but he could not see through the Mist ancestor's cultivation. Lu Yin saw that Earth's swamp prison overseer had been locked outside the Death Chi swamp, and he was furious. He released the prison overseer, who expressed his gratitude and then headed towards the Neoverse. Jue calmly looked at Lu Yin from within the Death Chi. Lu Yin looked at the Death Chi swamp. The Spectre race and the Shi family are both here, right? The 7 courts had split, with the Xia family joining the 3 Ultimates Heaven's Gate. After Jue appeared, the Shi family did not hesitate to join him, shocking the Hui family and the other 4 families. It was only then that they realized that the Shi family had been controlled by the Spectre race. If not for their fear of Jue's strength, they would have attacked the Spectre race. The Shi family being controlled by the Spectre race meant that the 7 courts had been infiltrated for many years. This also explained why progenitor Chen's tomb had been invaded by the Neo-Human Alliance time and time again. The Spectre race joining Jue meant that Jue had protected the Spectre race. Otherwise, the Spectre race would have been destroyed by the human domain long ago. This was a thorn in the side of Elder Chan and many others. Anyone who was in cahoots with the Neo-Human Alliance would be eradicated, but the Spectre race would not be touched. Not here, Jue replied. Lu Yin solemnly said, the sect of Heaven's Gate has returned. The 12 heavenly gates are only here to protect the human domain's entrance. Let the Spectre race and the Shi family report to the sect of Heaven's Gate. Jue frowned. I already said that they are no longer in Kuan's swamp. Lu Yin looked at Jue deeply. Beside him, the Fog ancestor said, there are many people there. If they can remain in the Death Chi, then they must be from the Spectre race. Lu Yin glanced at Kuan's swamp. Sect Master Jue, I hope that you will remember the responsibilities of the 12 heavenly gates. He then turned and left. The Fog ancestor was puzzled, but he did not say anything. Jue watched Lu Yin leave and frowned. He had refused to hand the Spectre race over to the sect of Heaven's Gate, which meant that he had offended this person. Although he had had some conflicts with this person in the past, the nature of the conflict was different. Still, it did not matter, as he was not far from breaking through to the progenitor realm. Once he did, this region would be under his control. After leaving Kuan's swamp, the Fog ancestor was puzzled. The specter race is clearly inside. Why didn't you expose them? Lu Yin smiled. It's not the right time. The fog ancestor did not understand, but he did not ask any further. After interacting with you for a few days, I realized that you are just as sinister as Huiwen. Lu Yin pursed his lips. That's called wisdom. That's called sinister. The fog ancestor was very insistent. Lu Yin was helpless. Another 10 days passed. On this day, the fog ancestor suddenly looked in a certain direction and became excited. Found it. She then pointed in a certain direction. Let's go there. Although she could display the strength of a half-progenitor, her main body was still trapped, and she still needed Lu Yin to carry her around. Lu Yin was also excited. Although he had learned many battle techniques from the Mountain Sea inheritance, he was not afraid of learning another one. This was a very ancient inheritance. 20 years ago, the Daoist sect's ruins had collapsed, and the mountains and seas within the ruins had scattered. Although their locations had been determined and some people had tried to enter and receive the inheritance, not a single one had succeeded. Lu Bujing had also tried, but he had failed. Lu Yin had no intention of trying, as he still did not understand the meaning of the flames or the water flow. Going there would be a waste of time. At this moment they were east of Kuan's swamp, where the cosmic sea intersected with the Innerverse. From a distance, they could see an endless stretch of seawater covering the entire sky. A strange phenomenon had descended, and it gave this region a sinister aura. Where is it? Lu Yin asked, as there was nothing around them besides the cosmic sea. The fog ancestor looked into the distance. It's almost here. Lu Yin followed the fog ancestor's gaze and saw a thick fog gradually covering the edge of the cosmic sea. A warship was rushing in their direction. Hey, let's go. That fog can eat people. Someone shouted from the warship. Lu Yin was astonished. Senior, is that fog your mountain and sea realm? The fog ancestor sighed. That's right. Let's go in. Lu Yin nodded, grabbed the mirror and stepped forward, disappearing into the fog. Within the warship, the cultivator who had warned them was vexed. 2 more had died, even though he had clearly warned them. Let's go. It's none of our business if they don't listen to us. Don't get eaten by the fog. The cultivator acknowledged the warning and hurriedly steered the warship towards the Innerverse. Once they entered the fog, they entered the mountain and sea realm. By the time Lu Yin could clearly see his surroundings, they were no longer in the cosmic sea. Instead, they were on a surface of water that was filled with fog. In the distance, a tall mountain was faintly discernible. Chapter 21-29. The Mist Ancestor looked around with a complicated expression. I've lived here for far too long, but I've finally returned. Lu Yin remembered that Feng Mo had mentioned that this place was filled with illusions and fog. Then was this Mountain Sea's inheritance related to illusions? After the Mist Ancestor sighed, Lu Yin finally asked this question. The Mist Ancestor replied, illusions? That's the power of spiritual force, not spiritual force. Then what about this place? Lu Yin was curious. He had just seen an illusion, but it had not been spiritual force. It was more like a replay of a scene. The Mist Ancestor explained, every Mountain Sea has its own inherited battle technique. In my Mountain Sea, the inherited battle technique is think. Lu Yin was confused. Think? The Mist Ancestor nodded and looked at Lu Yin seriously. Everything in this world, regardless of whether it is right or wrong, regardless of the outcome, has an origin. Humans are great because of their wisdom, and this wisdom can be realized through thinking. The more you think, the more you can see through the essence of certain things. This inheritance of the mountains and seas is based on thinking. Lu Yin still did not understand. Why did it have to be inherited? He could just think about it on his own. The Mist Ancestor smiled. You weren't surprised when I mentioned the Mountain Sea's inherited battle technique. It seems like you know about it and have even experienced it before? Lu Yin nodded. There are mountains and seas in the Daoist sect's ruins. This junior has experienced it before, but unfortunately I failed. Then I'll teach you a shortcut. Perhaps you can inherit this Mountain Sea's battle technique. Lu Yin looked forward to it. Please tell me. The Mist Ancestor's expression was solemn. Forget time. Lu Yin did not understand. The Mist Ancestor continued, if you want to inherit this Mountain Sea's battle technique, then you have to think. The more you think, the better. When you think so much that you forget time and your own existence, then you might be able to inherit the battle technique. This is what I experienced back then. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. The mist ancestor looked at him. The original self is your own thoughts. When you completely empty yourself, forget your own existence and forget time, then you will have succeeded. Of course, this process is very difficult. Lu Yin looked at the mist ancestor. If I can forget time, then does time exist or not? Do I exist or not? The mist ancestor was astonished. Not bad, congratulations. You can't inherit this battle technique because you're too smart. Lu Yin was stunned. The mist ancestor shrugged. You're too self-centered and you simply can't forget your own existence. There are some things that the smarter a person is, the harder it is for them to accomplish. You're one of those people, so don't even think about fighting in the mountains and seas. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up. This junior wants to try. The mist ancestor did not care. Up to you. You can go by yourself as long as you're close to the mountain. Lu Yin nodded and put down the mirror. He then leaped up and headed towards the mountain, disappearing from sight. The mist ancestor shook his head. He stood alone on the surface of the sea, gazing into the distance as if he was recalling something. Lu Yin disappeared as he neared the mountain, and at the same time a voice rang out, "Those who have broken through may enter." He had experienced this situation twice before. He calmly opened his eyes, and what entered his eyes was darkness. There was nothing around him and he felt as if he was floating in the air. At this time the area ahead distorted and the mist ancestor appeared. Forget time. Lu Yin was surprised. Senior, you can enter? The fog ancestor disappeared and Lu Yin felt that something was strange. That person just now didn't seem like a real person. At this time another ball of flame appeared and then another. Lu Yin was shocked. Wasn't this the flame he'd seen the first time he'd broken through? He'd failed back then, so why was there another one here? No, this was fake. The flames disappeared and a spring appeared that flowed endlessly. Lu Yin looked on. This was the scene he'd seen when he'd broken through the second time. He'd entered another mountain sea and he'd seen Xing Kai and the others fighting. The scene in front of him disappeared and then Xing Kai, Wan Sansi and the others appeared. This was the scene Lu Yin had seen after he'd failed. Lu Yin suddenly recalled the mist ancestor's words. The battle technique of this mountain sea's inheritance was to think about how one could succeed by forgetting time. If anyone else had entered, they would have been at a loss as to what to do. Fortunately, Lu Yin had the back door that the mist ancestor had opened. These scenes were definitely what he'd been imagining. Lu Yin was a little shocked as this mountain sea could actually see through his thoughts. This was a little terrifying. He took a deep breath. Think. What was he thinking? What could he think about that could make him forget time? Forget himself? Forget everything? Right, he should think about battle techniques. In the outside world, a month passed. The mist ancestor was bored to death and he occasionally glanced at the mountain. He pursed his lips, it should be soon. He was about to fail. Another half a month passed and the mist ancestor stood on the surface of the sea, watching the waves ripple as they flowed into the distance. Lu Yin emerged with a helpless expression as he had failed. The mist ancestor looked over and was not surprised. I told you that you'd definitely fail. What a waste of time. Lu Yin sighed. Senior, how can I forget time? The more I think about it, the clearer my thoughts become and the harder it is for me to forget time. I even remember every minute and second. The mist ancestor was speechless. It's my fault. I shouldn't have told you. If I did, you would think in that direction, and the more you think about it, the clearer it becomes. Lu Yin shook his head, but he did not blame the mist ancestor. If not for the mist ancestor, he wouldn't even know how he had failed. The longest time he had been in seclusion was before the Dao disciple battle. He had been cultivating the serious technique for a total of 5 years. Even then he had not been able to forget time. This was not a matter of whether or not he could remember, but rather a cultivation mentality. Or rather, it was a matter of perception. Some people could forget themselves just by sitting alone in the depths of a mountain, but Lu Yin could forget about it. Senior, what realm did you succeed at? Lu Yin asked. The mist ancestor raised his head. Half progenitor. Lu Yin nodded. Fortunately, he was only at the 3rd origin tribulation, which was still too far away from becoming a half progenitor. He still had a chance. Don't be discouraged. The inheritance of the mountain and sea battle techniques can be tried at any realm. Actually, most people try it at the progenitor realm, which is why there is such a thing as the progenitor realm in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. There are very few people below the progenitor realm who can receive the inheritance, and those people will definitely reach the progenitor realm. Lu Yi knew what the mist ancestor wanted, so he immediately flattered him. Senior, you're truly unprecedented. No matter how talented this junior is, I can't compare to you. The more the mist ancestor listened, the happier he became. Of course. Let me tell you, in my generation of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, I was the first to inherit the mountain and sea battle techniques. Is that so? Lu Yi remembered that when he had broken through to become an emissary, he had fought against Progenitor Qin, who had been at the same realm. Progenitor Qin had used many techniques. Could one of them have been inherited from the mountain and sea battle techniques? Lu Yi suddenly recalled what the mist ancestor had said. The smarter one was, the harder it was for them to inherit this battle technique. When he thought of this, his expression turned strange. This battle technique isn't very useful in battle, but it can help you clarify some things, especially when creating your own strength. With my talent, I'll definitely reach the progenitor realm, but it'll be difficult. It might take a long time like old Fu since I'm not good at fighting. However, because I inherited this battle technique, I was able to think of subtle when I was still a half progenitor. Using subtle to break through to the progenitor realm. This battle technique's greatest use is one's comprehension, so whether or not it's useful depends on the person. It's useless for Xiaoxiang as that guy fights all day and everything he learns comes from fighting. It's quite useful for old Fu, but unfortunately he didn't inherit it. Lu Yi felt that it was a pity as it was very useful to him as well. The strength in his heart had been comprehended by the wisdom root T, and he always felt that something was missing. If only he could inherit this battle technique. Forget it, he didn't want to think too much about it. Senior, let's go. The mist ancestor nodded. What about the mountain and sea? Lu Yi asked. The mist ancestor had a complicated expression. Just leave it here. The mountain and sea does not belong to anyone and it has been passed down since ancient times. It would be good if someone could inherit this battle technique. Lu Yi wanted to take the mountain and sea with him, but after thinking about it he decided against it. If he took it away he wouldn't be able to inherit it for the time being. On the other hand, the half-progenitors could try it out. It would be fine if Kue Luo, third uncle, and the others could inherit it, but it would be troublesome if Jue Hinxin and the others could inherit it. Lu Yi couldn't selflessly help these people increase their strength for the sake of humanity. He would go back and tell Kue Luo and the others about this place so that they could try it out one by one. Senior, how do we leave? Lu Yi asked. The mist ancestor directly led Lu Yi out. It's best if those below half-progenitor don't enter. Although the mountain and sea inheritance is also an inheritance, it is generally not open to those below half-progenitor because it's meaningless. Only those who cultivate to the half-progenitor realm can comprehend certain things. Lu Yi looked back at the mist. He would have to wait a long time before he could come again. 2 months had passed since Lu Yi had left the Above the Sky sect. During these 2 months, the human domain's focus was on the establishment of the Above the Sky sect. With the power of the entire human star field, it would be too easy to build an Above the Heavens sect. A few days before Lu Yin's group left the Mountain Sea realm, the Above the Sky sect was completed. It was located in the solar system and it wasn't fixed in a fixed location. Instead, it could be moved around and it was like a giant astral mountain gate. After Lu Yi and the Fog Ancestor left the Mountain and Sea realm, they learned that the Heavens Above Heaven sect had been established. They immediately notified the 8 Heavens Gates sect masters and the other half-ancestors that the Heavens Gates conference would be held in advance. Once the Above Heaven sect was established, there would definitely be an opening ceremony. At that time, all the upper echelons of the entire human domain would gather. It would be the best time to hold the Tianmen convention. Currently, the human domain had 1 blood ancestor, 13 half-martial ancestors, and Qin Ping and Tian Dou, who could rival half-martial ancestors. Below them were the hundreds of emissaries. If it weren't for the Above Heaven sect, these forces wouldn't have joined forces. But now, because of the invasion of the Eternals 20 years ago and the establishment of the Above Heaven sect, the alliance of the human domain was officially confirmed. The last time the entire human race had joined forces was during the era of the Daoist sect. Looking at the Above the Heavens sect's majestic mountain gate, Lu Yi sighed in amazement. Although it had some grandeur, it was still lacking compared to the ancient Above the Heavens sect. It's much worse than the Daoist sect's mountain gate. The main thing is that it's missing a pillar that supports the heavens, the fog ancestor said. Beside him, Lu Bujing chimed in. It's already not bad and it's even worse than the above heavens sect. However, it still has some grandeur to it. This is just the initial stages of the construction, and the mountain gate will become even grander in the future. When the day comes that the threat of the Eternals is no longer present, the pillar that supports the heavens will be retrieved. At that time, there will definitely be many progenitors in this region of space. Chapter 2130. Lu Bujing's words reminded Lu Yin of something. Third uncle, who do you think has the highest chance of breaking through to the progenitor realm amongst the 13 half-ancestors? Lu Bujing thought for a moment. It's possible for them to break through to the progenitor realm. He suddenly paused and looked at the fog ancestor. If we're talking about understanding the progenitor realm, Senior should have more authority. Although Lu Bujing came from the era of the above heaven sect and was much older than the fog ancestor, they had been sealed in ice for so many years that their true age was far from the fog ancestors. Moreover, those who were more accomplished in the world of cultivation came first. The mist ancestor was satisfied. She gave him a look that said, "At least you know what's good for you." She originally wanted to ridicule him. A half-ancestor talking about an ancestor? Who gave him the confidence to do so? Breaking through to the ancestor realm doesn't depend on one's cultivation time or battle prowess. It depends on one's control over one's own power and one's understanding of this starry sky. You should have heard that the ancestor realm can change the heavens and the earth. It refers to the inner world of a half-ancestor. Once one breaks through to the ancestor realm, they can replace this starry sky, said the mist ancestor. Some people are invincible among their peers, but they can't break through to the ancestor realm. Some people are mediocre, but they can break through to the ancestor realm. Nobody can absolutely break through to the ancestor realm. Lu Bujing's face twitched. Wasn't he talking about them? The 12 Heavenly Gate sect masters were said to be absolutely capable of breaking through to the ancestor realm. The mist ancestor had slapped their faces. The mist ancestor looked at Lu Yin. You said that there are 13 half-progenitors in this universe, right? Based on the odds, one of them should be able to break through to the progenitor realm. Hurry up and convene the Tianmen convention so that I can take a look at each of them. Although Lu Yin believed the fog ancestor's words, he also believed the above heavens sect's evaluation of the 12 heavens gates leaders. At least half of them had the qualifications to break through to the progenitor realm. Now it all depended on who broke through first. Third uncle, the Tianmen convention will be held in 10 days. Half-ancestors and envoys must attend. Lu Bujing immediately sent someone to pass on the message. This could be considered the true Tianmen convention after the establishment of the celestial sect. The previous few meetings could only be considered as discussions. The Tianmen convention was about to begin. Lu Yin thought about it and decided that it was time to meet Wang Xi and the others. Ever since he had locked them up, Lu Yin had not seen them. Even if they had been locked up, he had not been in a hurry to meet them. Now that half a year had passed, it was time to meet them. Imprisoning a half-martial ancestor was not a simple matter, and there was nothing that could really trap a half-martial ancestor. The only thing that could be done was for Lu Bujing to severely injure them every once in a while. The first person Lu Yin met was Xiada. He didn't have much of a grudge against the man, and if it weren't for the fact that the Xia family was also one of the 4 cardinal scales and wanted to kill him, he might not have treated Xiada this way. The sound of water dripping could be heard in the dark prison. One couldn't see the end of it. This was where the celestial sect imprisoned their prisoners. It was an imitation of the era of the celestial sect. Lu Yin did not let Lu Bujing accompany him. Instead, he led Ku Wei into the prison. Ku Wei was very excited. He had finally been remembered. It had been more than half a year since his master had returned. Now he had finally taken the initiative to meet him. This was too difficult. Thinking of this, Ku Wei wanted to cry. In the 20 years that Lu Yin had been gone, his days had not been as good as they had been in the past. Although he was treated well because he was the leader of the giant bloodline, he no longer had the arrogance he had when Lu Yin was still around. His arrogance stemmed from Lu Yin's existence. In this region, Ku Wei was definitely at the top of the list of people who wished the best for Lu Yin. Master, be careful. There's water under your feet. Ku Wei hurriedly walked in front of Lu Yin and led the way. He opened every door he came across and stepped into the water. The mist ancestor had a strange expression on his face. Lu Yin was satisfied as he still needed Ku Wei at a time like this. This was the kind of person he needed. Then again, there were quite a few people like this around him. The monkey was one, the elder from the Blaze realm was another, and Gu Shower was another. Soon Lu Yin met Xiada. "Hey old brat, my master is here to see you," Ku Wei shouted as he walked into the prison. The mist ancestor was displeased and it gave Lu Yin a fright. Within the prison, Xiada's limbs were pierced and tied to the wall. When he heard Ku Wei's words, he slowly raised his head. His face was haggard, and he no longer had the dignity of a half-ancestor. Xiada sighed as he looked at Lu Yin. "Winner takes all. You can do whatever you want with me." Lu Yin calmly looked at Xiada. "Actually, the Xia family is the one I don't want to be enemies with the most. Progenitor Qin is the one who lent me his strength. After I entered the cultivation world, the first technique I came into contact with was Progenitor Chen's self-created serious technique." Xiada shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Then you don't have to feel burdened. Although Progenitor Qin is a member of the Xia family, he has nothing to do with us." Lu Yin did not understand. The mist ancestor explained, "When Xia Shang cultivated 9 clones, one of them became a giant, and the Daoist sect issued an order to capture him. The Xia family did not help him, and the Xia family has never supported him on his path of cultivation." "Why is that?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Anyone could see Progenitor Chen's cultivation talent, and the Xia family should not have been so short-sighted. When the Daoist sect had first pursued Progenitor Chen, they had only sent the younger generation to act. Even Lu Tianyi had treasured Progenitor Chen's talent. Xiada looked at the mist ancestor strangely. "Who are you?" The mist ancestor looked at Xiada. "Xia Shang is from a side branch of your Xia family. If he hadn't suddenly learned the 9 clones technique, he wouldn't even have entered the Xia family's eyes. Not every family is like the Lu family, where the direct and side branches are harmonious. The Xia family oppresses the side branches too ruthlessly, and even Xia Shang's parents died while sparring with a direct descendant." Xiada was shocked and his face went pale. "How do you know?" "Even the direct descendants of my Xia family don't know about this. It's my family's greatest secret." The mist ancestor was disdainful. "I've known Xia Shang for too long. What wouldn't I know?" "Who are you?" Xiada was horrified. The mist ancestor had known Progenitor Chen for a very long time, and she even knew about Progenitor Chen's family matters. This was not as simple as just knowing each other. The mist ancestor coldly laughed. "Your Xia clan declined because of Xia Shang. Back then your Xia clan was ranked number 1 after the Lu clan. The 9 clones technique was extremely rare, and if it weren't for the fact that the Lu clan was so invincible, your Xia clan would have been the only clan in charge of the 5th mainland. However, Xia Shang appeared out of nowhere, and not only did he steal the mountains and seas that your Xia clan's direct descendants wanted to inherit, he also stole another mountain. Now your Xia clan doesn't have a single 9 mountains and 8 seas. Xia Shang's existence should be your Xia family's greatest stain." Xiada's expression turned ugly and he lowered his head. This woman was right. During the era of the Daoist sect, the Wang family's Wang Fan and the frozen Immortal sects by Wang Yuan had both had people from their families who had become 9 mountains and 8 seas. On the surface, Progenitor Qin Xia Shang had seized 2 mountains and 1 sea, which seemed to represent the Xia family, but in reality, it had nothing to do with the Xia family. Xia Shang had stolen the 2 mountains and 1 sea because he wanted to cut off the Xia family's path of retreat, so that no one in the Xia family could inherit the 9 mountains and 8 seas. The Xia family's disciples of that generation were all extraordinarily talented, and they were not inferior to the Wang family or the Bai family. However, because of Xia Shang, they had not been able to inherit the 9 mountains and 8 seas. They had even been unable to become progenitors due to a flaw in their mental state. This had led to the Xia family's downfall, and they were now on par with the White Dragon clan. The Xia family hated Xia Shang, but they also hated Lu Tianyi. If not for Lu Tianyi's protection, Xia Shang would have died long ago. They would rather have Xia Shang, who was invincible in the same realm, die than allow the Xia family to decline. This was also one of the reasons why the Xia family had participated in the overthrow of the Lu family. A family's greatest fear isn't that they don't have any geniuses, but that they have too many of them, especially if they come from a side branch, the mist ancestor sighed. He had seen Progenitor Chen's memories, and they were either filled with battles or a rain of flowers. There was no warmth or family. The impression that progenitor Qin had given him was always one of battle and slaughter. Now Lu Yin understood. No wonder. Ku Wei was furious as he understood progenitor Chen's feelings. He was from a side branch of the Ku family and he had always been suppressed by Ku Lei. If not for Lu Yin's rescue, then everything that he had would have been Ku Lei's. No matter what he did, he would still be Ku Lei's. Why had Ku Wei come to the Outerverse from the Neoverse to search for the Yu family? It was because this was the only way for him to have a chance to climb up and obtain the Yu family's quota to enter progenitor Chen's tomb. He had to find a way to surpass Ku Lei, which was why he had risked his life. If not for the fact that he had been suppressed too much, how could he have ended up like this? Serves you right, Ku Wei cursed. Xiada looked up at the mist ancestor. I want to know who you are. Why do you know so much about progenitor Qin? Lu Yin replied, you don't need to know her identity. I'm just here to ask you about the truth behind the Lu family's banishment. Xiada did not understand. The truth? What truth? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The Lu family has ancestor Tianyi, more than one progenitor, vassal families, and even a legendary Dao Lord. What right does the four-way scales have to banish them? Xiada laughed. Lu Tianyi is powerful, but the Wang family has Wang Fan, and the frigid Immortal sect has Bai Wang Yuan. They're both from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, so who's weaker than the other? As for the legend of your Lu family, you said it yourself. It's just a legend that has never appeared. Lu Yin stared at Xiada. You didn't answer me directly. Xiada shook his head. I'm just a half-ancestor. It's not up to me to know how to deal with the Lu family. Lu Yin frowned as he had already expected this. Does your Xia family hate my Lu family that much? Even with the threat of the Eternals, you still want to banish my Lu family? Xiada did not speak as he did not want to. Just as he had said, the winner was king and the loser was vilified. Even a half-ancestor like him had been reduced to a prisoner, so there was nothing left to say. Lu Yin left, and not long after he saw Old White Ghost. Compared to Xiada, Old White Host's gaze was filled with venomous hatred. Ku Wei immediately scolded, Old thing, what kind of gaze is that? Are you looking to die? Old White Ghost did not pay any attention to Ku Wei and only stared at Lu Yin. The four-way scales won't let you off. The ancestor won't let you off either. Lu Yin sneered. Old White Ghost was different from Xiada. Xiada's grudge against Lu Yin stemmed from his family's grievances, and Old White Host's gaze was filled with venom, second only to Wang Si. In this region of space, so what if Bai Wang Yuan comes? Lu Yin was confident. Old White Ghost sneered, you're too arrogant. Even progenitor Qin wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of the ancestor, let alone you. What a joke. Bai Wang Yuan was beaten up by Xiaoshang many times in the past. He's older than Xiaoshang and can barely be considered a peer, but he can't beat Xiaoshang. If they really meet, Bai Wang Yuan won't even dare to fart, the fog ancestor sneered. Old White Ghost finally noticed the fog ancestor and his gaze turned cold. He angrily rebuked, you dare to insult the ancestor? Once the ancestor descends, he'll make you regret it for 10,000 years. The fog ancestor raised his head. Let Bai Wang Yuan try. Although I'm not good at fighting, he still won't be able to deal with me. Old White Host's expression changed. Who are you? Chapter 21:31. Lu Yin had sought out Ku Wei so that this lackey could scold others on his behalf. Only the mist ancestor's existence could completely suppress the arrogance of these half-ancestors. Their arrogance came from their very bones, from the 4 cardinal scales, and from their ancestors, especially the 9 mountains and 8 seas. But what about the mist ancestor? He was of the same generation as their ancestor. If I tell you my identity, you'll have to kneel. The mist ancestor was indifferent. Old Ghost Bai was bewildered. Who are you? Acting all mysterious. Old White, do you want to die? Lu Yin suddenly spoke and looked at Old White Ghost calmly. Old White Ghost stared at Lu Yin, his eyes flickering. Are you threatening me? Lu Yin smiled. I've already killed Marquis Green Bamboo and Marquis Wui, so I don't mind killing one more half-ancestor or even a few more. Old White Host's eyes narrowed as he couldn't tell if Lu Yin was telling the truth or not. A demi-ancestor had a noble status, and even in the cosmic tree realm he would be considered a top figure. Old White Ghost had never thought that he would die at the hands of a human. Even after being imprisoned for half a year, he had never thought that Lu Yin would dare to kill him. He was a half-martial ancestor of the frigid Immortal sect, backed by the 9 mountains and 8 seas and the starry sky of trees. How dare this bastard from the Lu clan kill him? But when he saw Lu Yin's calm, devoid of killing intent, his heart sank. He had a feeling that this person would really kill him. If you kill me, the frigid Immortal sect won't let you and everyone around you go. All Old White could do was threaten. Lu Yin smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. If I don't kill you, will the frigid Immortal sect let me off? Old White Ghost's expression changed. You guys purposely formed an expeditionary force to kill me. How interesting. Only you are allowed to kill me, but I am not allowed to kill you. Do you think your threats are effective? Lu Yin remained calm with a faint smile on his face. And this smile made Old Ghost Bai's heart turn cold. For the first time he felt a deep chill towards this young man in front of him. Previously, even when this young man could borrow Ancestor Chen's power to suppress them, he did not feel so cold. Actually, I don't have any questions for you. On the contrary, you should think of a way to survive, Lu Yin said before turning to leave. What Xiada didn't know, Old White wouldn't know either. It was impossible for a half-martial ancestor to interfere in the affairs of the progenitor realm, unless they were at Bai Xian'er's level. Although Old White Ghost was a half-martial ancestor, he was definitely not the most powerful person in the Cold Immortal sect. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to this starry sky to hunt him down. Xiada already had answers to many of his questions, and the only person he could look forward to was Anai Huang. As the White Dragon race's Grand Elder, an existence second only to the progenitor realm, he might know something. The third person Lu Yin met was Anai Huang. Facing this Grand Elder, Lu Yin actually found it difficult to deal with. I didn't think that the Fog Ancestor would still be alive. I'm now imprisoned, so I'm unable to pay my respects to Senior, Great Elder Anai Huang said respectfully. She recognized the Fog Ancestor with a single glance. The Mist Ancestor was puzzled. You know me. Anai Huang's current appearance was not much better than Xiada's, and she looked rather miserable. However, this was only on the surface, as her injuries were even more severe than Xiada's, Old White Ghost's, and the others, because she was stronger, comparable to the sect masters of the 12 Elysium Gates. During the Daoist sect's era, this junior accompanied the elders to greet Senior Fog Ancestor. At that time, Senior was focused on his research and we only met briefly before leaving. This junior remembers that the one who led us to Senior's mountain sea was Senior's servant. Anai Huang replied respectfully. Fog the Fog Ancestor nodded and sized up Anai Huang. The White Dragon race was considered a relatively powerful race during our era, and it was related to the ancestral Mang. You people have lived for a long time, but unfortunately, it's very difficult for you to produce any powerhouses, even if you are the only race that can approach the ancestral Mang. Anai Huang replied, that's right. Actually, my White Dragon race can now become one of the 4 scales in the starry sky of the trees, and we are on equal footing with the Cold Immortal sect, the Wang family and the Xia family. We have to thank Senior. The Fog Ancestor's confusion. Lu Yin was curious as well. Senior, although we only met briefly, you gave the elders of my White Dragon race some pointers. It was also because of that pointers that the elders comprehended themselves and broke through to the progenitor realm. The White Dragon race will never forget Senior's kindness, Anai Huang said gratefully. His 4 limbs were nailed to the wall, and the chains shook as he grew more and more emotional. The Fog Ancestor waved a hand and reservedly replied, it was just a few words of advice. There's no need to take it to heart. To Senior it was just a few words of advice, but to my White Dragon race, it was the grace of a new lease on life. Anai Huang was moved. Lu Yin gritted his teeth as he was being treated as if he didn't exist. He glanced at the Fog Ancestor and saw that she was very pleased with herself. Speaking of which, if the Fog Ancestor had not broken through to the progenitor realm, the White Dragon race would not have been qualified to join forces with the Cold Immortal sect and the others, and the Lu family might not have been exiled. Losing the White Dragon race was not as simple as losing a progenitor. The biggest reason for the Lu family's exile was the ancestor Mang's revival, which was the White Dragon race's doing. The more Lu Yin thought about it, the more depressed he felt. However, he did not dare to criticize the Fog Ancestor. Great Elder Senior Fog Ancestor gave your White Dragon race pointers, which allowed your White Dragon race to have a progenitor. However, your progenitor turned against my Lu family and used the White Dragon race's revival to banish the Lu family, allowing the Eternals to benefit. You really have repaid your senior well. Lu Yin did not dare to say anything to the fog ancestor, so he could only mock Anai Huang. Anai Huang looked at Lu Yin. This favor came from the fog ancestor and it has nothing to do with the Lu family. Lu Yin lowered his voice. Since your white dragon race has received the fog ancestor's favor, then the fog ancestor would like to know something. How did you banish my Lu family back then? Anai Huang looked at the fog ancestor. I'm sorry, senior. This junior is only a half-ancestor and I really do not know how it was done. Even with our half-ancestor's abilities, we are not qualified to participate. However, this junior knows one thing. There is a traitor in the Lu family. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he knew that there was a traitor. Who is it? Anai Huang shook her head. Why don't you ask Lu Jing who it is? Oh, that's right, he should be called Bai Jing now. Bai Jing? Lu Yin suddenly recalled the person who had used the Xidagarba needle when he had fused into White Sage's body to attack the Cosmic Tree Expedition army. Right, Yu Qin had also mentioned Bai Zheng's name, and that this person had asked her to be his maid. No matter how Yu Chen's status had changed, she was still Bai Xiaohong's maid. If this person could make her feel helpless and unable to refuse him, then his status in the frozen immortal sect must be extraordinary. Who is this Bai Zheng? Lu Yin asked. Anai Huang laughed. Just a traitor. One of the traitors of your Lu family. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at Anai Huang. She looked up. If you want to know, ask him yourself. He should be scared to death right now. Traitors like him are the most afraid of death. Lu Yin's expression darkened as he turned to leave. He would not be able to obtain any more information from Anai Huang, but he still wanted to see Bai Zheng. Anai Huang watched Lu Yin's departing figure with a helpless expression. She had not expected the Mist Ancestor to actually come out and follow this person. With the Mist Ancestor's protection, how could the four-way scales deal with him? Here, this person had unified the ruined lands and controlled the entire human domain, including the remnants of the Sixth Mainland. He controlled more than 10 half-progenitors and countless human cultivators. Now even the Mist Ancestor was helping him. Even if the four-way scales did not have any external threats from the Eternals, it would not be easy to deal with this person. How could he be so fast? This person was clearly just an emissary, so how could he be so powerful? Lu Yin could not help but recall Long Quan's dying words. If only the White Dragon tribe had not targeted him back then. Lu Yin left Anai Huang's prison and took out Mount Supreme to release Yu Qin. Yu Qin was at a loss when she was suddenly released, but before she could say anything, Lu Yin grabbed her and brought her to see Old White Ghost. Yu Qin was shocked. How could she not recognize Old White Ghost? He was a half-progenitor. How could a half-progenitor be in such a miserable state? Did you see what happened to him? Lu Yin casually tossed Yu Qin onto the ground, his expression cold. Ku Wei stepped forward and glared at her. Woman, answer my master's questions. Otherwise your fate will be much worse than that old man's. The Mist Ancestor frowned. She did not like seeing a woman being bullied like this, but anyone who could cultivate to the progenitor realm was no saint. She simply returned to the mirror and did not look. Yu Qin took a deep breath, her face pale. She looked up at Lu Yin with fear in her eyes. What do you want to ask? I'll definitely tell you what I know. Ku Wei tactfully stood behind Lu Yin as it was not his turn to speak. Lu Yin looked down at Yu Qin. Who's Bai Zheng? Yu Qin was not surprised, but she was still a little surprised. You've even captured Old White Ghost, but you still don't know Bai Zheng's identity? I'll ask and you'll answer. Lu Yin's tone was cold. This involved a traitor of the Lu family and he was in a terrible mood. These half-progenitors had been captured, and he was getting closer to unraveling the truth behind the Lu family's banishment. However, he was not so close that he could find out the truth immediately. Yu Qin closed her eyes and calmed herself down. Bai Zheng's real name is Lu Zheng. He's Lu Xiaoxuan's attendant. Even though he had guessed this, Lu Yin was still shocked when he heard this answer. His own attendant? Yu Qin looked at Lu Yin. He's your attendant. He betrayed the Lu family and joined the frigid immortal sect. Although his position in the Lu family wasn't high, his position in the frigid immortal sect was very high after his betrayal. How did he betray you? Lu Yin asked. Yu Qin shook her head. I really don't know. Even the junior ancestor doesn't know anything about the Lu family, let alone me. It's still unknown whether Old White Ghost knows, but I'm guessing that it's unlikely. Tell me everything you know about Beijing, Lu Yin said. Yuchen was bitter. I've already told you everything I know and I won't hide anything from you. Otherwise you can just kill me. Lu Yin frowned and walked closer to Yuchen. He bent down to face her and they were less than half a meter apart. He stared into her eyes, causing her to shiver. Do you know what your greatest value to me is? Lu Yin slowly asked. Yuchen's eyes flashed. You can contact Bai Xianer. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, but that's not right. I don't necessarily need to contact Bai Xianer. I won't get anything from her and I might even expose my location. Yuchen grew nervous and thought for a moment. If you want to know about the Lu family, I can help. Lu Yin straightened his back. How? Chapter 2132. Yuchen seriously replied, there's a place in the frigid Immortal sect that contains secrets. I'll think of a way to help you see what's inside. Lu Yin laughed. Since it's a secret, do you think you have the right to do so? Yuchen was helpless. I definitely don't have the right, but since you want to know something, you definitely won't give up. You have your plans and I can be your spy. Even if I die, you should let me play my part. Besides, I don't want to die. Why should I trust you? Lu Yin stared at her. Yuchen opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. That's right, why should Lu Yin trust her? I don't know why, but you must go to the astral trees. Aside from investigating the Lu family, there's also the Red Garden and the Star Alliance. These are all things that you need to do. Lu Yin's finger twitched. The Red Garden, the Red Garden. That's right, I'll definitely go there. I'll bring everyone out as they're all from the Lu family. Lu Yin put Yuchen away and walked towards another prison, where the expeditionary force from the astral trees was imprisoned. Master, did you not see Xiaji and the others? Kuwei asked. Lu Yin did not answer as his thoughts were complicated. Not long after, he saw a group of people being imprisoned. It was much easier to imprison them since they were not half-ancestors. Lu Yin saw them and they saw him as well. Within the frigid Immortal sect, Stoneheart looked at Lu Yin calmly. Elder Xing, Elder Green Apricot and the others did not show much emotion either. Only one person was cowering in a corner, not daring to look outside. Lu Yin stared at him and barked, "Get over here." The person in the corner trembled and curled up even more. Elder Xing stood up with a cold expression. "What are you trying to do, Lu family's son?" Ku Wei stepped forward and glared at Elder Xing. "Old thing, what can you ask my master about?" Even Old Whitehead knelt before him. "Who do you think you are?" Elder Xing was furious. "Impudent. How can a half-ancestor kneel?" "Nonsense." Ku Wei raised his head. "Who isn't afraid of death? My master controls the universe and rules over the entire human race. Even a progenitor is nothing, let alone a mere half-ancestor." Elder Xing was furious and he pointed at Ku Wei but could not say anything. The other members of the cold Immortal sect glared at Ku Wei, wishing they could eat him alive. Lu Yin stared at the person curled up in the corner. "I'll say it again. Get over here." In the corner, the person's body trembled and he slowly raised his head to meet Lu Yin's gaze. In that instant, time seemed to flow, and he saw that high-spirited youth waving at him. "Come, young master has good food. Why are you so useless? Wasn't it just memorizing books? Young master, let me teach you." "You were beaten up? Young master will avenge you." "Idiot, that's not how to use the Xidagarba needle. I'll definitely teach you. That way you won't be bullied again and I'll have some face. You're my errand boy. In the future I'll be invincible in the universe and the 7 heroes will be peerless. You have to keep up with me or at least become a patriarch." His words echoed in the young master's mind, causing the man in the corner to feel even more terrified. His eyes lost focus. "I won't go out, I won't go out, I can't go out, young master will kill me. I won't go out, I won't go out." Everyone stared at the man in the corner as if he had gone mad. Xianxia was disdainful. He had known Lu Xing for a long time. He had seen this errand boy when he had challenged Zhou Xian, one of the 7 heroes. He had seemed innocent and naive, but he was actually ambitious. Now he had suffered the consequences of his own actions. The prison door opened with a click. Ku Wei was alarmed. "Master, be careful." He was afraid that the people inside would attack Lu Yin. But he was overthinking things. Even if Old White Ghost had been at his peak, he wouldn't have been able to pose any threat to Lu Yin. Lu Yin walked past the frigid Immortal sect disciples, past Xianxia, And past Elder Xing. Elder Xing clenched his fists even harder, but in the end he loosened them. Lu Yin walked to the corner and looked down at the man. "Raise your head," he said in a low voice. The man in the corner trembled even more and lowered his head even more. "No, I won't go out. Young master will kill me. I've let him down and I've let down the Lu family. I won't go out." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold and he grabbed the man's hair and lifted him up. The man was terrified and instinctively attacked, but he was only at the first tribulation origin realm. He couldn't even fight back against Lu Yin, and Lu Yin pressed him against the wall. At that moment, Lu Yin saw the man's face clearly. It was indeed him, the same person who had used the Xidigarba needle when he had merged with Sage White Host's body and killed Wang Yun. Lu Xing. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. Lu Xing stared at Lu Yin in fear, his pupils dilating as his face went pale. Young master, young master." Lu Yin flung him away and smashed him into a corner. Lu Xing spat out a mouthful of blood, clutched his stomach and curled up again. Elder Xing couldn't help but step forward to stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and stared coldly at Elder Xing. Elder Xing was a 7th tribulation origin expert, but he suddenly stopped and didn't step forward. Lu Yin's gaze made him shiver, and he had a feeling that he didn't dare to approach. If he did, he would die without a doubt. The rest of the frozen immortal sect cultivators kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make a sound. Lu Yin looked down at Lu Xing. "Do you still remember me, Lu Xing?" Lu Xing spat out a mouthful of blood that splashed all over his face and blurred his vision. Everything he saw was red. Young master, young master." Lu Yin couldn't remember anything from the past, but when he looked at Lu Xing's face, familiar voices echoed in his head. "Young master, slow down, wait for me. Young master, third young master Nong is looking for you. Young master, that Tu Chiming is here again. He's shameless and wants to follow you. Young master, can I learn the Xidigarba needle? The family will kill me. Young master." The words young master echoed in his ears. Lu Yin looked at Lu Zheng's face and felt even more disgusted. "You still remember me, Lu Xing?" Lu Xing was terrified and trembled. "Young master, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." It was him. "He forced me to do this, young master." Lu Yin shouted. Who forced you to do this?" Lu Xing coughed up blood. "Madman. That madman. He forced me to do this." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Speak clearly." Suddenly Lu Zheng's eyes widened. "It's all your fault, Lu Xian. It's all your fault. You didn't find me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been captured by that madman and suffered so much. It's all your fault. You only had eyes for that woman and never thought of finding me. It's all your fault." Lu Yin looked at Lu Zheng's crazy curses and didn't stop him, allowing him to continue. "It's all your fault. You didn't find me. I was tortured by that madman for so long and you had to suffer the same pain as me. Madman, madman." Lu Xing cursed, crying and laughing at the same time. "The Lu family is gone. Ha! Lu Xiaoxian, you're dead. That woman tricked you and everyone else. I'll join the Han Immortal sect. I want to take that madman as my master." He suddenly knelt down with a pious expression. "Please accept me as your disciple. I beg you, I'm also a member of the Lu family. I want to learn the Lu family's visualization technique and everything about the Lu family. I want everything that Lu Xiaoxian has. Please accept me. I want the Lu family to regain its glory. My Lu family. Isn't that what you want as well?" The surrounding cultivators from the frigid immortal sect watched Lu Zheng's strange actions and felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Yin had seen this scene before. In the Astral Combat Academy, he had touched the stargazing deck and triggered fate. Yes, that youth kneeling on the ground was Lu Xing, and he had seen this scene before. Lu Xing was taking someone as his master, and besides Lu Xing there was also a broken cauldron. That person had to be a direct descendant of the Lu family. Madman? There was a madman in the Lu family? Suddenly, Lu Yin thought back to the person he had seen while traveling through spacetime. That person was the one who had met the ancient god and been seen by Elder Chan. Could that person be that madman? There's no one left in the Lu family. I, Lu Xing, am a member of the Lu family. I, Lu Xing, represent the Lu family and I will definitely inherit the Lu family's glory in the future. I, Lu Xing, am the Lu family. Lu Xing kept muttering to himself as if he had gone mad. No, he had indeed gone mad. Lu Yin looked at Lu Zheng, whose eyes were filled with madness. The painful memories combined with his crazed desires had caused his thoughts to go crazy, and he had truly become a madman. Elder Xing shook his head helplessly. He had seen people like this before. Some people pursued things that they could never obtain but still desired them immensely. Once they obtained something, they would go crazy, and after being frightened by Zhou Xian, they would go completely insane. "He's really gone mad," the fog ancestor said as he appeared and looked at Lu Zheng. Lu Yin quietly watched Lu Zheng kneel on the ground, muttering to himself with a crazed look in his eyes. He sighed, raised his hand and slapped down. Bang! A crisp sound rang out and Lu Zheng's body fell to the ground. Even in death, the crazed look in his eyes didn't fade. His death wasn't painful as he was still trying to take that madman as his master. He was trying to restore the Lu family's glory, his Lu family's glory. No one sympathized with Lu Zheng's death, even though he had betrayed the Lu family because of the frigid Immortal sect. However, Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. He didn't know who the madman was. Lu Yin left the prison and ordered someone to take care of Lu Zheng's corpse. "What are you going to do with us?" Elder Xing asked, and all of the frigid Immortal sect cultivators looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't answer and simply left. Sure, Xian's gaze was complicated. This person was Lu Xian, but also not Lu Xian. Lu Yin had originally planned to meet Xia Ji and Wang Si, but Lu Zheng's death had left him with a heavy heart. "Master, why don't I bring those two old things to you?" Kuwei asked. Lu Yin waved his hand and stepped out of the above heaven sect. With another step he arrived on earth. He appeared on the road to Jinling where he had killed a few people. It was also where he had first met Zhou Xian. Now the road had completely changed and he couldn't recognize its original appearance. "Many thanks to immemorial imperial teacher Zhang Daming, brother Moc, for your reward. I've been preparing to take wedding photos, renovating my house and going on business trips. I've been too busy recently, so I'll try my best to save as much as possible." Chapter 2133. "Senior, what was the Lu family like back then?" Lu Yin asked. The mist ancestor appeared behind him. What was so special about it? They were high and mighty and were worshipped by the Fifth Mainland. They also had the responsibility of protecting the Fifth Mainland. High and mighty. Lu Yin was puzzled. The mist ancestor smiled. To the average person, the Lu family is high and mighty. No matter what the Lu family does for the continent, the average person cannot understand it. They want to replace the Lu family. From the Lu family's point of view, everything they do is very normal. They accept the allegiance of others, are envied by others and obtain the resources of the entire continent. All of this is very normal. Lu Yin asked, "Then has the Lu family done anything that angers the heavens?" "I don't know." She looked at Lu Yin. "You're overthinking things. Do you believe that ruling a continent is just and honorable?" Lu Yin looked away. "You've reached this point and you dare say that you've killed innocent people? You dare say that you haven't done anything against your conscience? It depends on how you look at it. At least the Lu family protected the Fifth Mainland, and that is an unchanging fact. The frigid Immortal sect and the other families rebelled against the Lu family because they wanted to taste the feeling of reaching the top." Lu Yin smiled. Overthinking things. No, he just wanted to hear the mist ancestor's opinion. He did not care about what the Lu family had done or what they had taken responsibility for. No matter who ruled a continent, the Lu family had not done enough. In his opinion, the Lu family had not done enough. If it were him, he would not have allowed the four sides to take advantage of the situation. Lu Tianyi had been biased towards progenitor Qin and caused the Xia family to resent him, so why couldn't he be biased towards the Lu family? If the Lu family occupied more than one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, who would dare to rebel? If it were him, the Wang family and the frigid Immortal sect would not exist. He would not make the same mistakes that the Lu family had made. When he thought of this, Lu Yin looked at the above heaven sect. From the moment he had borrowed progenitor Chen's power to walk on behalf of the heavens, he had the final say in the Fifth Mainland, and only he had the final say. This was not enough. During the Tianmen convention he needed to establish his might, and the best target for that was a half-ancestor. Lu Yin raised his foot again and appeared outside the above heaven sect's prison. This time he was meeting Wang Si. Compared to Xiada, Old White Ghost and the others, Wang Si was in a worse state. Her inner world had once been pierced by a needle and she was severely injured. After being imprisoned, she had insulted the Lu family many times and was taken special care of by Lu Bujing. Now she was half dead. Even so, she was still cursing the Lu family. When Lu Yin appeared, Wang Xi's eyes were filled with undisguised hatred, making her look like a malevolent demon. You won't be proud for much longer, you bastard of the Lu family. You'll die, and you'll die a horrible death that's 1,000 times, no 10,000 times worse than mine. The mist ancestor looked at Wang Xi and frowned. This person's hatred ran too deep, and if she were in Lu Yin's shoes she would have immediately killed her. On her path of cultivation she had killed many people, but there were very few people with eyes as venomous as Wang Xi's. Lu Yin looked at her calmly. Do you want to die? Wang Xi sneered. Little bastard, you won't have it easy. You'll have to suffer even more in the future. Your family, friends, and everyone you know and care about will all die horrible deaths. Don't even think about escaping. Lu Yin nodded. You really do hate the Lu family. I'll give you a chance. Tell me the reason. Why do you hate the Lu family so much? I hate it. I hate your Lu family and I can't wait to exterminate your entire family. Do you want to know why the Lu family was exiled in the first place? Let me tell you, I was the one who suggested it and I was the first to do so. Ah. Lu Yin's expression changed and his gaze turned cold. What did you say? Wang Xi laughed maniacally and her laughter was filled with vengeance. She knew that she wouldn't be able to survive. I was the one who found ancestor Wang Fan and was the one who suggested banishing the Lu family. I was the one who found the White Dragon clan after I found out that the White Dragon clan could make the White Dragon clan rise again. I was the one who found Bai Wang Yuan. Lu Yin grabbed Wang Xi's neck, and his expression was unprecedentedly gloomy. Because he had used too much force, even a half-ancestor like Wang Xi could not breathe. Cultivators had reached the half-ancestor level step by step and had experienced 9 origin tribulations. The half-ancestor origin tribulations were especially dangerous, but once they succeeded, their bodies would be reborn. Wang Xi had reached the half-ancestor level, and even if she had never actively cultivated her physical strength, she was still not someone a 3rd tribulation origin emissary could shake. However, Lu Yin's strength was too great, and Wang Xi's provocation even caused the immovable Heavenly King elephant to appear and let out a soundless roar. Wang Xi laughed maniacally, but with her neck grabbed she could not cough even if she wanted to. Her face turned red and coupled with her venomous gaze, it was a horrifying sight. Don't test my patience. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Xi. Although Wang Xi could not breathe, she looked even more pleased with herself. Lu Yin released her. You want to anger me so that you can die a quick death? Won't be that easy. Do you think I'll believe you? How can a mere half-ancestor scheme against my Lu family? Wang Xi coughed twice and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. You were able to unify the Outerverse as an explorer, so why can't I scheme against the Lu family? Some things are just scary. The Lu family is powerful, so who would dare to offend them? Even at the peak of the 4 directions Libra, they could only stay in the middle realm and did not dare to cross the line. Even the frozen Immortal sect's most talented disciple Bai Xianer had to submit herself to you as a maid. What about the others? Do you think that no one has tried to overthrow the Lu family for so many years? They have, but they don't know what to do and they don't dare to do it. I dare. I can meet Ancestor Wang Fan at any time and I can contact the White Dragon tribe, the Xia family and the frozen Immortal sect. I can even contact the entire 4 directions Libra. The Lu family is high and mighty and they look down on the cosmic tree realm. How could they possibly think that a mere half-ancestor like me would dare to act against them? But I still did it. I want the Lu family to die and I want the entire Lu family to be annihilated. The mist ancestor suddenly slapped his head. I remember now. No wonder you looked familiar at first glance. What's your relationship with Wang Yi? Wang Xi's eyes went wide and she looked at the mist ancestor in disbelief. Lu Yin looked at the mist ancestor. She went against the Daoist sect's will and acted against Xiaxia without permission. In the end she was exposed and was killed by Senior Lu Tianyi. Wang Xi stared at the mist ancestor in disbelief. Who are you? How do you know about this? Lu Yin also asked. Senior, what's going on? He could faintly guess why Wang Xi hated the Lu family. The mist ancestor looked at Wang Xi. Based on your reaction, you are indeed related to Wang Yi. You are too similar to her. Who are you? How do you know about her? Wang Si shrieked. The mist ancestor slowly explained. When Xiaxia cultivated 9 clones, one of them transformed into a giant and was hunted down by the Daoist sect. However, Senior Lu Tianyi pitted Xiaxia's innate talent and ordered that only those of the same generation were allowed to act against him. Seniors whose realms were too high were not allowed to act against him. If Xiaxia could survive, then it would prove that he had chosen the right path, but if he couldn't, then he deserved to die. At that time, everyone from the same generation from the Fifth Mainland tried to cause trouble for Xiaxia, either openly or secretly acting against him. The Xia family was even more unscrupulous. Among them, Wang Yi was a half-ancestor, but she secretly acted against Xiaxia. If not for a coincidence, Xiaxia would have died. This matter was eventually exposed and Ancestor Lu Tianyi was furious. He personally went to the Wang family to capture Wang Yi and killed her in front of the Daoist sect's mountain gate. No one from the Wang family dared to plead for mercy, and from then on, the Xia family did not dare to go overboard when dealing with Xiaxia. Lu Yin looked at Wang Si. You hate the Lu family because of this? Wang Si was filled with resentment. Before my mother was taken away, she sealed me in ice and told me to always remember my hatred for the Lu family and Lu Tianyi. Wang Yi went against the Daoist sect's will and acted against Xiaxia, so she deserved to die. She did that because of the Xia family, right? She had a marriage alliance with someone from the Xia family, and if I'm not wrong, you have half of the Xia family's bloodline. Your mother deserved to be executed and no one from the Wang family pleaded for mercy. Wang Si was furious. It's the Lu family's fault for being arrogant. My mother liked Lu Feng, and if he hadn't abandoned her she wouldn't have married into the Xia family. It was Lu Tianyi who broke up Lu Feng and my mother. If the Lu family wanted to do something, then we wanted to stop them. If Lu Tianyi wanted to protect Xiaxia, then we wanted to kill him. Your mother Wang Yi had a vicious nature. How could Uncle Lu Feng have taken a liking to her? It had nothing to do with Senior Lu Tianyi, the mist ancestor retorted. Wang Si roared, nonsense. It was Lu Tianyi who bewitched Lu Feng and broke them up. Lu Yin sneered. You couldn't get what you wanted, but the Xia family instigated you to act against progenitor Chen. In the end you were killed in front of the Daoist sect. Your mother was too stubborn from the start, but you were even more stubborn than her. The Lu family has never wronged you, but you secretly plotted against them. You're even more vicious than your mother. He finally understood why half-ancestor Cleardust had said that Wang Si was not simple and that few people dared to touch her. This woman was from both the Wang family and the Xia family, and she could even connect the White Dragon tribe and the Frozen Immortal sect. Her identity was too complicated, and because she had contributed greatly to the Lu family, no one dared to touch her. It was no wonder why this woman had hated the Lu family so much from the start. When she discovered that Lu Yin was Zhou Xian, she had been the one who had tried to kill him the most. When he had joked about Wang Su's beauty, she had reacted so strongly. It must have been because of her mother's misfortune. She was the fuse that had led to the Lu family's banishment. Lu Yin could imagine how deep the hatred in Wang Si's heart was. She was just a little girl who had been instilled with the idea of hating the Lu family since she was young. She had watched her mother be captured and killed, and her hatred had been buried too deeply. Once it erupted, it would be enough to bury countless people. If your mother had gotten together with Uncle Lu Feng, then you wouldn't be here. You should thank Senior Lu Tianyi, the fog ancestor suddenly said. Wang Si did not listen to him at all, and she glared at Lu Yin as if she wanted to eat him alive. Lu Yin organized his thoughts and looked at Wang Si. Then how did the four-way scales banish the Lu family? Wang Si sneered. I know, but I won't tell you. Chapter 2134. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at Wang Si. The 4 cardinal scales and the white dragon overturning itself. What else could there be? I'm just curious as to how you'll deal with Lu Tianyi and the other Lu family ancestor. The other ancestor is Uncle Lu Feng, right? The mist ancestor interrupted and asked. Wang Si said coldly, it's not that simple. Zhou Xian, do you want to know? I won't tell you. If you have the ability, go and investigate it yourself. Other than me, no one else among the half-martial ancestors would know about it. Only the ancestor realm experts would know about it. If you have the ability, go and find Old Ancestor Wang Fan by Wang Yuan Xiaxinji or Ancestor Long Ha. If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead. Let me tell you, the Lu clan's exile isn't that simple. There's a traitor in the Lu family. Wang Si sneered. A single traitor won't be able to change the Lu family's fate. The stronger the Lu family is, the harder it will be for you to think about this matter. Go and investigate it yourself. You'll definitely have to go to the starry sky of trees and the top realm to face the four-way balance's ancestor. You'll surely die. Lu Yin turned around and left. Wang Si could not possibly tell him anything more. That old bitch was not afraid of death, and since that was the case, he would fulfill her wish. The fog ancestor followed beside Lu Yin and looked at him with a gloomy expression. You seem to know a lot of things. Lu Yin took a deep breath. That's right, there were many things that he hadn't known about. He hadn't known about Wang Si's role in the Lu family's banishment, nor had he known about Wang Yi's entanglement with the Lu family. He gradually understood the grudges of that generation. The grudges of ordinary people would at most affect a few families, but the grudges of these cultivators could affect the entire human race. There was nothing more reassuring to humanity than unification. Lu Yin looked up, and it was as if he could see through the void. He saw the astral tree realm and the top realm. Just because of Ancestor Chen's enmity, there were so many bad consequences. He would not accept this lesson again. In the past he only thought about revenge, but now he thought about more. A grand bell rang throughout the outerverse. This was the first time since the era of the Daoist sect that the humans had completely united as one, and the opening ceremony for the Above the Heavens sect had begun. Many people had waited for 20 years for this grand opening ceremony, and some people such as Elder Chan, who had experienced the era of the Daoist sect, had waited for countless years. Although the Hall of Honor suppressed the Fifth Mainland, they did not have the power to unify the Fifth Mainland. If it weren't for the threat of the Eternals and the wishes of the Sect Above Heaven era's powerhouses, the Sect Above Heaven still wouldn't exist. The establishment of the Above Heaven sect meant that humanity had entered a new era. This moment was not only a grand occasion for mankind, but also a grand occasion for history. When the Above Heaven sect was established, the only elder was the blood ancestor. There were 3 Dharma imparters under him, namely the Holy Heavenly Master Elder Gong and Lon Xian. There were also 3 Dharma inspectors, namely Kue Luo Elder Chan and the Medicine Immortal. There were also 8 Elysium sect masters. 14 half-martial ancestor-level experts had appeared. Everyone who saw this scene was excited. With so many experts, how could the human race not prosper? 20 years ago, there were only 7 demi-ancestors in the human domain. Following the death of Lingji Mavis and the disappearance of the Graveyard Guardians, there were only 5 demi-ancestors left. Even with Chief Inquisitor Qing Ping, there were only 6 demi-ancestors left. Now there were 14 demi-ancestors. There was also Celestial Do, whose whereabouts were unknown. Not only that, outsiders did not know of the missed ancestors' existence. The heavenly sect extended a path from the mountain gate to the main hall, with the stars as its foundation. One demi-ancestor after another walked up, followed by the emissaries. Even if not all of the emissaries were present, more than half of them were present. Cloud Shadow Mavis, Heizage Wudi, Elder Jioshan, the members of Team E, and the powerful emissaries from the Above Heaven sect such as Ku Rong and Siu, all ascended the stairway of the stars one by one. They were ranked after the demi-ancestors, representing the human race's prosperity. Prior to this, it was rare to see emissaries in the outside world, let alone so many of them gathered together. As Emperor Lu walked up the stairway of the stars, he looked up and saw the demi-ancestors looking down from above. He saw the majestic Above Heaven sect and the primogeniture statue. Even with his strength, he felt somewhat nervous at this moment. 20 years ago, before the great change had occurred, he could rank within the top 10 of the Fifth Mainland's human domain. Now, however, the Above Heaven sect not only included the Fifth Mainland but also the Sixth Mainland. With the 2 mainlands united, the number of emissaries had multiplied. There were 14 demi-ancestors, and he might not even be able to rank within the top 20. As he looked up, he suddenly felt that following Lu Yin was a good choice. No matter how they fell, Lu Yin would always remain at the top. After Emperor Lu was Master Yuan, who was slightly weaker than Emperor Lu in terms of cultivation. In fact, Lu Yin had arranged for Master Yuan to ascend the stairway of the stars first, but Master Yuan had refused. Compared to Emperor Lu, Master Yuan did not think as much, and his face was filled with joy. Once the human race was united, they would be even stronger than before. This was what he truly cared about. Mr. Lu Yi led Sister Fei Hua up the stairway of the stars. He felt that the ruins had changed, and with the establishment of the Above Heaven sect, where was the true orthodoxy? There was the Above Heaven sect, the Lu family, the ancient era sect masters, and even the Daoist. In comparison, the cosmic tree realm seemed more like an abandoned land. One emissary after another appeared. In the outside world, the opening ceremony could be broadcasted live. This was a project that Starlink Network had urgently repaired during this period of time. Although it could not be seen by the entire universe, many important places could watch it. Chu Yuan walked out and began to ascend the stairway of the stars. His expression was calm, neither sad nor happy. With his strength he could be ranked below Cloud Shadow, Mavis and the others, but he was ranked below all of the emissaries. This was not because he was targeting them, but because they were juniors and did not have any positions in the Above Heaven sect. If he was still a Daoist, his status would be different and he could even stand above a half-ancestor. He Luo Mavis, Sky Calvary, Lu Lai, Lu Jiao, Wei and Henemo, and the current generations Wen Sansi, Ling Gong, Little Qing, and many other elite geniuses who had once been famous throughout the universe walked out. They represented the next era of the human race, an even more distant era. Only with legacies could they ensure prosperity, and their existences were more useful than the emissaries. Regardless of whether it was half-ancestors, emissaries or these geniuses, there were many of them. Below them were armies that could fight for the Above Heaven sect, as well as epical weapons that the humans had invented. The opening ceremony was not only to open a new chapter for the human race, but it was also to show off their might and give them the greatest confidence. Atop the Above Heaven sect's mountain gate, Big Sis banged her hammer and everyone looked outside. The most important person had appeared. Within the Above Heaven sect, everyone had complicated expressions. Some were filled with respect, some were indignant, some were envious, and some were filled with zeal as they watched the figure appear. The moment he walked out, he was at the very bottom looking up at them. But soon he would surpass them step by step until he stood above everyone and looked down on them. He was worthy of being called the fifth mainland's leader in a new chapter for the human race. On Earth, Zhou Xian's breathing quickened as he looked at the giant screen in front of him. He had never imagined that his former comrade would reach this step after 40 years. Even now, when he thought about it, he found it unbelievable. Sometimes he even wondered if he had died long ago and if all of this was just a dream. Beside Zhou Xian, Zhou Sisi had long since shed her immaturity. During the war with the Eternals, she had also gone to the front lines and narrowly escaped death. Her entire temperament had changed and she had become calm and collected. But the moment she saw Lu Yin appear, the nervousness and worship that she had once felt resurfaced. Who in the world could compare to him? This was Uncle Lu. In the distance in Astral 10, many mentors looked at the screen. Who would have thought that the disciple from back then would now stand at such a height? It was rare for the crazy headmaster to not go crazy. He clasped his hands behind his back as he watched Lu Yin appear. You are now qualified to inherit human civilization. Even further away in the Astral Beast domain, the Beast Emperor, Imperial Tutor Skymender, and the other higher-ups of the Astral Beast domain were also watching this scene. The Astral Beast domain had not been destroyed by the Eternals, so they still had a network that connected to the human domain. How could the Astral Beast domain not care about the great changes that had occurred in the human domain? With the Eternals withdrawing from the fifth mainland stage, the humans' next target would be them. It's too fast. The human domain is changing too quickly. We can't even react, Su Qing said with an ugly expression. All of the astral beasts looked at the figure that had appeared in front of the Above Heaven sect. This person's appearance had affected the human race for 40 years, and he would continue to affect the entire human civilization. If only we had killed him back then, one of the astral beasts said coldly, voicing the thoughts of many others. Even the Beast Emperor felt the same way. Unfortunately, it was too late. Since the humans have established the Above Heaven sect, we should send a congratulatory gift, Imperial Tutor Skymender said calmly. Lu Yin walked out from the Above Heaven sect. At this moment, millions of rays of light illuminated the area. He had become the center of the universe and his every move could affect the universe. Back when he had established the Great Eastern Alliance, he had unified the Outerverse and then the Innerverse. He had set his sights on the Neoverse, but he had been at a loss. He had not known how to unify the Neoverse or how to face the Hall of Honor. Now everything had come to fruition. Sometimes no scheme could compare to the general trend, and he had taken advantage of it to rise up. There were many cultivators in the Above Heaven Sect's plaza, and one of them was the Giant Legion that Lu Yin had personally established. Ku Wei was currently in the Giant Legion, and he looked at Lu Yin with a fervent gaze. Master, go. This disciple has worshipped you for millions of years. Wendy Yushan was at the bottom of the astral staircase. She was one of the elite geniuses of the human race, and during the 20 years of war with the Eternals, her name had also spread throughout the universe. She had used her innate gift to save countless lives. Lu Yin lifted his foot and walked over. This was what Lu Bujing had told him. A Dao disciple would walk out of the main hall under the witness of the Dao Master and the powerhouses of the entire continent. However, there was no Dao Master at this moment. There was only the primogenitor's statue and a sword. Lu Yin placed the sword beside the primogenitor's statue without saying a word. It was very close to the heart of the scar and he could almost touch it. However, did he dare to touch it? Even if he did not know about the disappearance of the Forgotten Ruins deity, would he dare to touch it? Could he touch it? This sword had intimidated everyone with ulterior motives. Lu Yin simply placed the primogenitor's sword there. Throughout the current era, who would dare to touch it? Chapter 2135. Lu Yin walked through the gate and climbed up the stairway of stars. He passed by Wendy Yushan, paused, looked at her and smiled. He then continued walking up, passing by Lu Tianmu, Wen Sansi, Xingkai, Ling Gong and the others. At that moment their expressions were solemn. Regardless of whether they were convinced or not, none of them could take Lu Yin's place on that path. Lu Yin walked past Starsibyl and stopped again to look at her. Starsibyl's eyes were smiling as she slowly bowed. Lu Yin looked at her deeply and continued up until he reached Silver, Sky Blue, He Luo, Mavis, Chu Yuan and the others. They stood on either side of the astral staircase and looked at Lu Yin. Silver's smile was still as brilliant as ever. This was the first time Lu Yin spoke and he had a faint smile on his face. His tone was casual and even a little lazy. He turned around to face all the geniuses. Work hard to catch up. I hope that you can all see my back. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this, especially Chu Yuan and the other two. Their gazes were filled with an indescribable displeasure. Silver's smile grew even more brilliant. These words were arrogant beyond belief, but Lu Yin had said them to all the geniuses. He had suppressed an entire generation and these people had all competed with him. He had also tried his best to catch up to them and he had even surpassed them. Unfortunately, these people would never have the chance to surpass him. His former opponents and comrades, no matter who they were, would never be able to catch up to him. No one spoke as any rebuttal would only result in humiliation. Even Sky Blue and Sky Blue were the same. They simply watched as Lu Yin turned around and continued up until his figure gradually disappeared. One emissary after another landed as Lu Yin walked up to the highest point of the above heaven sect. Gradually he surpassed all the emissaries and reached the height of the half-ancestors. He saw them all staring at him and at this moment, anyone would feel immense pressure. However, Lu Yin did not as he could suppress these half-ancestors. When he reached this height he slowed down and walked past each half-ancestor. Suddenly the mist ancestor appeared. I can't take it anymore. How can I not appear at the above heaven sect's opening ceremony? Lung Qing's eyes went wide. How dare you? Who are you? The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. Lu Yin waved a hand. It's nothing. Lung Qing retreated. Ever since Lu Yin had killed Marquis Qingzhu and Marquis Wui in front of him, he had become extremely respectful towards Lu Yin, even if Lu Yin was only at the third origin tribulation stage. He had not been willing to become Elysium's leader, but Lu Yin's words had made it so. Here was the same. They were powerhouses that Lu Yin had subdued with his own strength. The fog ancestor looked down, then looked around and blinked. This era isn't too bad, though it's far from being comparable to our era. Lu Yin smiled. Over the past few days he had conversed with the fog ancestor, and he had learned that the Daoist sect's era did not have a Daozi. If the Daoist sect's Daoist sect master did not appear, then how could there be a Daozi? But that's not bad. There are more than 10 half-martial ancestors, and 1 or 2 of them should be able to reach the progenitor realm. There's an progenitor realm expert, but unfortunately he fell, the mist ancestor said to the blood ancestor, his eyes filled with curiosity. The blood ancestor looked at the mist ancestor in astonishment. Who are you? Lu Yin replied, Senior, I'll introduce you in the future. The blood ancestor nodded. He didn't speak, but he looked at the mist ancestor with a puzzled expression. This woman had never appeared before, and from her tone she didn't seem to recognize him. Then how was she able to see that he was at the ancestor realm and then fall to his current realm? Strength? If that was the case, then she was not ordinary. Even if his cultivation had fallen, a half-martial ancestor would not be able to see through him. Xianxia and 9 luminaries looked at the mist ancestor curiously. The only ones present who knew of her identity were Kuei Luo and Lu Bujing. Unless the mist ancestor escaped, Lu Yin did not plan on revealing her identity. Lu Yin allowed the mist ancestor to follow him as he walked past Destiny's daughter Hen-Exin Qingping, and all the other half-martial ancestors before finally arriving in front of the sword. Even further ahead was the progenitor's statue. During the era of the Above Heaven sect, the progenitor's statue had been something that anyone could worship. However, as the continents crumbled and the era of the Daoist sect began, the progenitor's statue no longer appeared. This meant that the later generations did not even know of the progenitor's existence, and they had not even heard of the legends of the progenitor. Now the progenitor's image had finally appeared before the world. Lu Yin faced the statue and bowed respectfully. The progenitor had created the astral source cultivation method, which was the beginning of all cultivation. He had established the Above Heaven sect and protected the human race. The progenitor's achievements had been irreplaceable by the later generations, and even the 3 realms and 6 Daos could not surpass the progenitor's achievements. In this universe, the progenitor was the common ancestor of the entire human race. After the ceremony, Lu Yin stood up and raised his hand. Under the gazes of Hen-Exin and the others, he grabbed the sword's hilt, pulled it out and raised it high. The next moment, countless people bowed respectfully. Greetings, Dao Child traveling on behalf of the heavens. Greetings, Dao Child traveling on behalf of the heavens. Greetings, Dao Child traveling on behalf of the heavens. All the emissaries bowed slowly. Greetings, Dao Child traveling on behalf of the heavens. Their voices traveled out of the Above Heaven sect, out of Frostwave Weave and into the Outerverse. Countless cultivators from the Great Eastern Alliance bowed enthusiastically. Greetings, Dao Child traveling on behalf of the heavens. Greetings, Dao Child traveling on behalf of the heavens. This was the only voice in the entire universe, and all other voices were drowned out. Lu Yin raised the progenitor's sword and looked down, sweeping his gaze across the half-martial ancestors. His lips curled up. Bring them out. Just as he spoke, the second Night King and brute force dragged someone out from outside the Above Heaven sect's mountain. They tied the person up in chains and the sound of metal striking metal rang out. Everyone looked over with shock. Was that Wang Xi? Half-martial ancestor Wang Xi? Hen-Xian's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin wanted to make a move against a half-martial ancestor to establish his might. It wasn't just him, as everyone thought of the same thing. What could be more ruthless than using a half-martial ancestor to establish his might? A third tribulation origin emissary establishing her might as a half-martial ancestor was a new chapter in the history of the human race. No one would plead for mercy for Wang Xi, and no one dared to do so at this time. The second Night King dragged the chains along while brute force stood beside him. The giant's height gave off an oppressive pressure. Wang Xi was dragged to the Above Heaven sect's mountain gate, and she glared at Lu Yin with hatred. She could not make a sound as her inner world had been completely destroyed. At this moment she could only display the strength of a peak emissary, or perhaps even less. Otherwise, the second Night King would not have been able to control her. Lu Yin held the progenitor's sword and looked down at her from above. Wang Xi, your mother made a mistake and was killed by my Lu family at the Above Heaven sect's mountain gate. Now I'm giving you a chance. I'm right here and you can avenge your mother as long as you have the ability. He then waved a hand, gesturing for the second Night King to leave. The second Night King looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. 20 years ago he had betrayed the frigid Immortal sect. 20 years later he had taken the initiative to seek out Lu Yin. Just a few days ago, even if he was controlled by the sealed cage technique, it was still better than dying a mysterious death. This universe, no, this era, was already Lu Yin's. Where could the second Night King escape to? When he saw Lu Yin wave his hand, the second Night King tore open the chains and retreated. Wang Xi broke free and no one was controlling her. Aside from her inner world being destroyed and being unable to display the might of a half-martial ancestor, she was no different from how she had been 20 years ago. She stared blankly at the above heaven sex mountain gate. This was the place where her mother had been killed, and this staircase was exactly the same. She hated the Lu family and Lu Tianyi. Wang Xi suddenly looked up and glared at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with intense killing intent. Little bastard, what are you plotting this time? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll give you a chance. Kill me at the above heaven sex opening ceremony. Wang Xi's gaze trembled as she looked at the other half-martial ancestors. The group of half-martial ancestors was silent as they calmly watched everything unfold. Wang Xi's eyes narrowed as she could not understand what Lu Yin was trying to do. What, are you afraid? Don't you want to avenge your mother? Lu Yin asked coldly. Wang Xi's eyes narrowed and she laughed maniacally. I know what you're trying to do, little bastard. Even if I have to sacrifice this broken body of mine, I'll take you down with me. She then took a step forward. The destruction of her inner world had caused her to lose more than half of her astral source, but the remaining astral source was enough for her to unleash a single attack. She knew that Lu Yin was very strong, and since he dared to face her directly, he definitely had a trump card. Even if he did not borrow progenitor Chen's strength, he could still fight against a peak emissary by relying on his external items. However, she had no other choice. For this attack, Wang Xi mobilized all the strength in her body and used a Taishang secret technique. She raised her hand and used the meditative forgetting technique to press down on Lu Yin. The attack directly crossed the above heaven sex mountain gate and swept past the geniuses, emissaries and half-martial ancestors. No one stopped her, and they allowed her to attack Lu Yin. Hen Xin frowned. In a battle between Dao disciples, the combined might of the initial Yuan sword technique was extremely strong, but it had still been neutralized by Lu Yin. Wang Xi had not been able to see it, and this scene was destined to be a tragedy. Wang Xi took a step forward, and her expression was as malevolent as a demon's. She carried a berserk killing intent and a will to die as her palm descended. Lu Yin looked up and a power appeared in his heart. His body transformed into the universe. It was only a single step, but when Wang Xi entered this universe, she felt as if she was so close yet so far away. This single step was like the entire universe. It could be reached in an instant, but it could also never be reached. Her strength was being weakened layer by layer, just like when she had combined the initial Yuan sword technique. At that time, Wang Xi had been at the front lines and had not been able to see the battle between Dao disciples. This was her first time facing Lu Yin's strength, and she could not believe it. How was this possible? Even if she was heavily injured, she should still be able to display the strength of a peak emissary. Why was this happening? Her strength was constantly being weakened, and she could not control it as it was being stripped away and suppressed. What exactly was this? The half-martial ancestor was calm. At the foot of the mountain, Chu Yuan and the others looked up and watched as Wang Xi flew towards them like a moth drawn to a flame. This person would no longer exist. It was laughable that Wang Xi was still a half-martial ancestor, but she was like a moth drawn to a flame in front of Lu Yin. Even Lu Yin himself did not know how strong this power was. He only knew that it had suppressed Jialan's power and broken initial Yuan's time technique. This power was enough to allow him to reach the peak. Wang Xi had displayed the strength of a peak emissary, and she had combined it with the Wang family's secret technique and the meditative forgetting technique. Even with this power, it would not be easy to defeat her in a direct confrontation. After all, she was still a half-martial ancestor. Everyone wanted to know the limits of Lu Yin's current strength.